All right, good morning. I will go ahead and start by asking the hearing team to go ahead and elevate our court reporter, please. And to our court reporter, if you haven't been with us before, we will send you an invite, which will ask if we can elevate you. And once you're elevated, you'll be part of our panelist status up here, and we can hook you into the audio and everything. And welcome to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Hi, yes, thank you very much. Do I need to change my identification or is that okay, just court
No,
reporter?
you're fine. If you're
Okay.
comfortable with that, it's fine with me. Thank
Oh,
you.
and just to confirm, I see up top the identification of Ms. Stolfus, Anderson, Woolridge, Mullen, and then yourself.
Correct, although
Okay,
we will have more joining
sure.
us as panelists as we
Right, right,
work
right.
through this today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will go ahead and start with our welcomes this morning. Good morning. It's July 24th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. And this is a supplemental hearing day on the pending petition for assignment of state filed application 25517 and accompanying water right application 25517X01 and the pending request for release from priority of state filed applications 25513, 25514, the unassigned portion of 25517, 22235, 23780, and 23781 in favor of water right application 25517X01 of Sites Project Authority. That's a mouthful. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. As usual, the audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will, of course, be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If you're experiencing technical difficulties today, trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the site's email inbox at sites-wr-application@waterboards.ca.gov. You can also send to the AHO email inbox as well. Ms. Mullen is with us today, so she will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits. And if you're questioning one of the witnesses today, you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit. I am not going to call for appearances today. This, for those of you participating in the Delta conveyance proceeding, we have a new rhythm for the way we conduct these webinars, which is as you are called up and have something to say, if you just go ahead and raise your hand, and then I will see you in the list here and ask the hearing team to elevate you to a panelist, and then at that time you can go ahead and come on camera, make your appearance, and then say what you need to say. With that, and excuse my voice today, I was traveling and I've come down with something, I'm sure, from traveling, so I may need to take a moment once in a while. In terms of the agenda, the purpose of the supplemental hearing today is to allow cross-examination, well, a brief presentation of the reports that were prepared by the authority, and then to allow cross-examination by the opposing parties of those witnesses, and then also questions from me about the technical memoranda that were attached to the authority's comments and the underlying files that were submitted to the AHO. The scope of the hearing, just as a reminder, and this was laid out in the supplemental hearing notice, but the scope of the hearing today is limited to the contents of the authority's Attachment A and Attachment B to their comment letter, as well as the Calcim 3 model files, the Calcim 3 results spreadsheet, and the revised historical WAA tool spreadsheet, as well as the additional spreadsheets that the authority submitted in response to the supplemental hearing notice. And then also within the scope of fair game today are, of course, the methodologies and underlying assumptions that are incorporated into those models and analyses. The scope of this hearing today does not include questioning or testimony about the significance of the analyses to the board's consideration of the public interest or other hearing issues. Those arguments addressing this additional evidence may be included in the supplemental brief, which we can talk about if we need to. With that, my understanding is we are going to have Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker, and I will look to the authority. It looks like we probably want, there we go, Mr. Hitching. If we can please bring Mr. Hitching up to panelist status. Good morning, Mr. Hitching. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning, hearing officer. Yes, Andrew Hitchings appearing for the Sites Project Authority.
Wonderful. And we have Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker, who you'd like to present as a panel. Is that right?
That's correct. And I, pursuant to the HO's response to our request, I just have a very limited direct exam to do for both panelists and then can turn them over for questioning.
Great. Thank you. Then let's go ahead. I will look to the hearing team to please elevate Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker. I see both in the room here. Good morning, Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. I will go ahead and administer the oath. I know you've been with us before, but it's been quite some time. So with that, I will start with Mr. Walker. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
And Mr. Whittington, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, I see we have a hand. I was going to look to the room to see if any of the protestants want to be elevated. If we can please elevate Mr. Busher. And if there's anyone else who would like to be elevated at this time before we get into direct, please go ahead and raise your hand. Good morning, Mr. Busher. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, hearing officer. Eric Busher for San Francisco Baykeeper. And I just have one logistical question before we get started.
Great.
I don't think I have a preference. I know both Mr. Schutz and myself have questions, and I think either Mr. Ruiz and perhaps Ms. Meserve may also have some questions after the two of us. I didn't know if you and your team wanted to go first, or we're going to wait until we were all done and go last, just in terms of anticipating when Chris and I might start.
Timing. I think it makes sense for me. I was thinking about this. I think I'll start with some questions because maybe we can cut through some and save some time that way, and then I may circle back. But I think I'll start, and then I will look to you, Mr. Busher or Mr. Schutz, and then we can proceed from there.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Schutz will go before I do, but we can
Okay.
cross that bridge when we get there. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Then with that, is there anyone else who would like to be elevated before we get started? All right, then to you, Mr. Hitchings, please.
Thank you, and good morning again. Good morning, Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker. I wanted to just start out with just setting the framework for the presentation of the witnesses. This panel is being provided for questioning as they are the most knowledgeable regarding the technical memoranda attached to the authority's May 22nd, 2026 comments to the HO on the draft decision and draft water rate permit and the underlying files submitted to the HO. And with that, I will start with the direct of you, Mr. Whittington. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Chad Whittington.
And you understand you are presenting your testimony under oath, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with attachment A to the authority's comments on the draft decision and draft permit in this proceeding, with that attachment being a technical memorandum titled Calcin 3 Modeling Analysis of Sites Project Diversions under Draft Water Rate Terms 23, 30, and 31, dated May 22nd, 2026?
Yes.
And does attachment A accurately describe your analysis and conclusions related to the subject matter therein?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or revisions to make to attachment A?
Yes, there is a typo on page 6 of that attachment that is discussing an off-ramp associated with the Bend Bridge post protection. In the attachment, it specifies that off-ramp value is 25,000 CFS, Sacramento River flow upstream of Bend Bridge. However, the actual off-ramp value is 29,000 CFS, not 25,000 CFS.
Thank you. And that 29,000 CFS off-ramp, which is the correct figure, that is stated elsewhere as the off-ramp number in your technical memorandum. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then are you familiar with the underlying files supporting the analysis in attachment A and that were submitted by the authority to the AHO?
Yes, I am.
Did you prepare those underlying files supporting the analysis in attachment A?
Yes.
And do those underlying files accurately reflect the methodology and calculations related to the analysis in attachment A?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or revisions to make to any of those underlying files?
No.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the direct exam of Mr. Whittington. If I could turn to Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, could you please state your full name for the record?
Lee Walker.
And you understand you are presenting your testimony under oath today, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with attachment A to the authority's comments on the draft decision and draft permit in this proceeding, with that attachment being a technical memorandum titled Technical Memorandum, Water Supply Effects of Draft Water Rate Permit Terms 23, 30, and 31, dated May 22nd, 2026?
Yes, I am.
And did you prepare attachment B?
Did.
And does attachment B accurately describe your analysis and conclusions related to the subject matter therein?
It does, yes.
Do you have any corrections or revisions to make to attachment B?
One very minor typo at the bottom of page 2. In the last paragraph, an acronym used for the Bend Bridge Pulse Protection. There's one of the acronyms in the third line of that last paragraph has an extra P.
So it should read BBP rather than BBPP. Is that correct? Sorry, I don't know if we got that audio from you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are you also familiar with the underlying files supporting the analysis in attachment B and that were submitted by the authority to the AHO?
Yes, I am.
And did you prepare those underlying files supporting the analysis in attachment B?
Yes, I did.
Do those underlying files accurately reflect the methodology and calculations related to the analysis in attachment B?
Yes, they do.
And do you have any corrections or revisions to make to any of those underlying files?
I do not.
Thank you. That concludes the direct examination for this panel, hearing officer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hitchings, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and answering our questions. I'm going to attempt to ask some questions as artfully as possible and then turn things over, and I may circle back, but please bear with me as I work through this. And I believe I'll start with the CalSIM 3 model results, which I think means I'm looking to you, Mr. Whittington. My first question is, my understanding is that CalSIM 3 is a monthly model. How did you use this monthly model to model daily flows, as I understand?
Yeah, so in the sites project CalSIM 3 model, we did include some daily representation that later gets translated back onto the monthly time step. That's consistent with the rest of the CalSIM 3 simulation. So the model includes daily patterns or fractions of daily flow divided by monthly average flow. And that was those daily patterns were created based on a combination of historic gauge data and synthesized flow data using other modeling tools. And so we have a daily pattern scheme that's associated with each month of the 100-year simulation period in calcium 3 for a few different locations in the model domain. So that covers the upper Sacramento River. We also have daily patterns that are applied to the American River and also the Feather River. And so we use those daily patterns to translate monthly flow to daily flow for a lot of the upper Sacramento River region. And we use those daily calculations to estimate flow availability for sites project diversions. And so that's the way that we handle it in the calcium 3 model. In the end, we do have some daily diversion estimates for sites project, both through the GCID canal and the TC canal. The model is limited to only include those daily diversion estimates. We don't have daily release estimates, but we did think it was important to capture a daily time step for sites project diversions because a lot of this diversion criteria is meant to be applied on a sub-monthly basis. So yeah, there is some daily flow estimate capabilities within calcium for the sites project model.
I may have follow-up on that, but I need to absorb it. My understanding is that Action 5 is incorporated into these calcium model runs. Is that right?
Yeah, so the baseline assumption for the calcium models is that it includes or it excludes the FOLX2 criteria per Action 5. It also includes revised OMR criteria logic that's consistent with Reclamation's Action 5 modeling that offers a little bit of a relaxed OMR requirement for the OMR management period. And so yeah, those two components of Action 5 are included in our baseline.
And then what is in general terms, what is the effect of incorporating Action 5 into the model in terms of yield to sites?
In terms of yield to sites, there's not an effect that is very large. And when I say that, I mean the effect on sites might be based on previous studies that we've done. It's only about maybe 1 to 2,000 acre feet per year on the long-term average. Those components of Action 5 more significantly affect the CVP operations. The effect on sites project is quite small in comparison.
And when you say effect on the sites project, that would be a reduction in yield?
No, I think 1 to 2,000 acre feet of water of additional diversions would be associated with the exclusion of FOLX2 and the relaxation of the OMR criteria, which provides a little bit additional, I guess, flexibility for operations, primarily for the CVP, but that also has an effect on sites, albeit small, like I said.
Okay. But would you also, am I thinking about this the right way, that you'd also, one of the results of Action 5 is that the CVP may divert more water and thereby limit the amount that sites could divert, or it just doesn't line up that way in that you saw in the model results?
So one of the ways that FOX2 might benefit sites project is that it is no longer sites project is no longer constrained by FOX2 either in terms of exporting in September and October of the wet and above normal years. So it allows for a little bit of an increase in water supply utilization because more water can be exported and overall more water is cycled through the reservoir.
Okay.
And here in officer, maybe I just add,
Great.
if you're kind of referring to the CVP diverting more due to the relaxed OMR, I mean, that's going to be because that, I mean, those are times when the projects are controlled by San Joaquin River flows related to OMR, not San Joaquin's. There's little to no effect on Sacramento River flows vis-a-vis diversion for sites.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then, Mr. Whittington, in following this theme of other demands, does this version of the calcium 3 model runs, or do these calcium 3 model runs incorporate future increases in demand in any way in the assumptions?
No, they do not. Yeah, the demands are based on historic land use data, and I believe 2020 the urban water demands are based on 2020 urban water management plans.
And then for state water project diversions, are those also historic, or are they based on or something else?
Yes, that's the same assumption for
Okay.
the CVP and SWP contracts.
So if there were a future increase in state water project diversions, that would not be accounted for in these results?
Well, yeah, for if just focusing on SWP and CVP, that's true. The sites model obviously also incorporates additional demands associated with members of the project, but yeah, and another thing to note though is that in the model, we a lot of the assumptions are geared really to try to utilize the water supply as much as possible. So the primary limitation on how much water is getting delivered is really water supply availability, which is affected by the amount that can be diverted to the reservoir. So if we were to increase demands, it wouldn't have a notable effect on overall fills and releases, because it's really the diversion criteria that's the controlling factor here.
Excuse me while I look at my list of questions here. So I wanted to get into, my understanding is that the calcium 3 model runs incorporate an assumption that's reflected in one of the, I don't recall the number of the term, but one of the terms proposed by the authority that would avoid impacts to the CVP and SWP from sites project operations. Can you just generally articulate for me how that assumption, if I'm right, that it's incorporated into the model runs and how the model operates?
Yeah, in general, the model treats CVP and SWP operations senior to sites project operations. Sites project uh, may not operate in such a way that impacts the CVP or the SWP in meeting any regulatory requirements that are included in our baseline model. So, for example, if there's a like one of the diversion criteria, for example, in the model is that sites project may not impact the ability for CVP to meet their Shasta Spring Pulse objectives in wet and above normal years. There's a 150,000 acre feet pulse flow that is required from their LTO operations, their current set of LTO operations. And so in the model, a portion of the month of both March and May of wet and above normal years is restricted from diverting water to sites to ensure that the spring pulse release is protected and in those months. That's just one example, but overall the main idea is just that the CVP and SWP operations, the minimum flow requirements that are associated with their operations and the baseline level of allocations that are being provided to their contractors. The site's reservoir operations isn't able to impact that in the model. In the model, we layer on sites project after all those CVP and SWP operations are estimated, and then we ensure that those values before sites project is implemented, we ensure that the values are fixed for the CVP and SWP in order to not basically lower deliveries or lower flows to satisfy MIFs or what have you.
I'm trying to think how to ask this follow-up. Let me know if this is a bad question. But based on that, are there situations where in the model where sites can divert or is diverting or is reflected as diverting in the model and the CVP or SWP cannot divert because certain regulatory requirements are not met?
No, those are the exact kind of situations that we try to explicitly avoid in our model. So we try to determine what CVP and SWP operations are before we really implement the sites diversions. So we sort of establish what flow conditions and what operational conditions for the CVP and SWP are. And then we use that as a reference point to then layer in sites operations and ensure that we don't have impacts to, those CVP or SWP diversions that you're talking about.
Switching gears a little bit, so the hearing team did not see in the model results differences in delta outflow for each scenario. Do you have those? Are those a standard model output that you would have gotten?
Yeah. So those are technically included as outputs in the full modeling packages that were submitted.
Okay.
There are records including the 100 years worth of monthly time step data, and delta outflow is contained in there. Of course, that obviously wasn't included in the analysis of that attachment A that was provided, but the purpose of that attachment was really just focused on the diversion effects of the draft water right terms.
Understood. For my next question, I think it'll be helpful for us to go to the document. Ms. Mullen, can we go to the site's comment letter? And we're going to go to the attachments, but I think it's page 99 of the PDF of the letter itself. Excellent. And if I have this right, it's going to be page 99, and I believe this is page 8. Yes, looks like page 8 of attachment A, I think. And this is a very specific one, and it's mostly curiosity, which is in reviewing these results, you see that in wet years, the Bend Bridge pulse flow protection and heightened Wilkins Slough bypass scenarios allow for higher average diversions than just the sites with ITP. And I'm wondering if you had thought about why the model operated that way, that you would show greater diversions in certain years with additional flow criteria.
Yeah, so this phenomenon where we see greater wet year diversions is pretty common with the scenarios that have more restrictive diversion criteria. So basically, the more restrictive the diversion criteria is, the less frequently sites reservoir is filled to capacity, which basically just increases the storage availability for those wet years or late month diversions. So, basically, if we have really restrictive set of diversion criteria that's limiting fills to the reservoir, then by the end of each year, we're always going to have less storage within the reservoir. So going into a really wet year, if you're starting out with a much lower storage level, then you have a lot more room to fill to capacity before you reach that, almost 1.5 million acre foot capacity limitation. So yeah, basically what's happening here is just in the really wet years, the ITP scenario is reaching maximum capacity earlier, or just more frequently overall. We see in the ITP scenario that storage capacity is reached, I think, 7% of the 100-year simulation period. If we contrast that to some of the other scenarios with the various terms, that gets reduced to 4% to 1% of the entire simulation period that we're actually filling to capacity. So yeah, overall, what we're seeing here is that the ITP scenario is getting limited by maximum capacity more so than the other scenarios. So there's a little bit of an increase to the wet year fills.
So maybe if I can summarize very briefly, or just one piece of this is a function of what happened in the prior water year in terms of the reservoir fill and available capacity in the reservoir. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. So you may have I wanted to ask about the incremental effects of some of these flow criteria, and you may be able to point us if there's a good chart in the memo or in the report. But I was wondering if you had analyzed the incremental additional impact on yield from the heightened, I don't know, bypass requirements or flow criteria that were in the draft permit, if there is already a 55% delta outflow requirement in place. So in other words, putting 55% as your first layer, if we're talking about layers, and then layering on the additional flow criteria, did you look at, I saw you did them in combination, but did you look at that incremental effect when it was layered in that way? Does that question make sense?
I think so. So yeah, we can, there's a summary table on the last page of this memo that shows the annual diversions for each of the, I think, 10 different scenarios that were included in this analysis.
So Ms. Mullen, maybe we can scroll. I'm not sure what the last page is, but if we can keep going. I think we keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
It's page 18, right before the references page.
Thank you.
Thanks,
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So is the comparison you're looking for the term 23 versus the term 23 plus 30A, where 30A would be the 55% unimpaired delta outflow criteria. Term 23 would include the bend bridge pulse protection, the heightened Wilkins sloop bypass criteria, and the adjusted flow dependent diversion curve.
And maybe the way I asked this, did you run this with, in this chart, what would just term 30A, did you calculate that impact on yield? Excuse me.
Oh, no, we didn't do a run like that. For term 30A, we combined it with term 23 right off the bat.
Okay. Because you would expect that some of, when you, the flow criteria that are imposed by term 30A and term 23 overlap, if you will, to some significant extent. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and because there would be overlap, the number that we're getting here would change, but not as much as the subtracting out the individual components of term 23A, term 23B, term 23C, because there is that overlap. And in a lot of the periods when term 30A is controlling, that overlaps with term 23A through C.
Okay, thank you. And then can you speak, since we're here, and this will be a question for you also, Mr. Walker, for your analysis, but can you address, Mr. Whittington, why you conducted the 55% at Freeport and 55% at Ben Bridge scenarios?
Yeah, we did that as two different interpretations of term 30C. There was, not necessarily a defined approach on exactly how to implement the term 30C criteria. And so we looked into, a couple different options, which were basically just moving the 55% unimpaired flow compliance location upstream along the Sacramento River, really just, putting the compliance location on the river at which site's project is directly affecting. And then we did a test to see what the effects would be if we shifted that compliance location upstream and downstream, so Freeport versus Ben Bridge, and just to see what the different effects of different approaches to implementing term 30C might look like.
If you remember, that term 30C is kind of what happens when the updated water quality control plan is adopted. So this was kind of like Chad was saying, the interpretation of the inflow-based delta outflow requirement.
So, and I want to avoid asking asking you to engage in legal interpretation and what would be a justifiable objection for Mr. Hitchings. But within your expertise and professional opinion, do you have an opinion as to which of these scenarios, 55% at as Delta outflow, 55% at Freeport, or 55% at Benbridge, do you have an opinion as to which most accurately reflects the current draft Bay Delta plan update? Or is that outside of, I don't want to venture into, outside of your expertise?
I certainly don't, because I don't think, and this isn't meant as a slight or anything like that against board staff, but I don't think there's
It's not
been
clear.
enough specificity or the plan of implementation has yet to been developed to really indicate that.
Thank you.
And that was really, like Chad said, why we kind of provided these different bounds.
Thank you for that. Let's see. So I think, Mr. Walker, I have a couple similar questions for you.
Sure, and I don't know if this is helpful or not to mess up your train of thought, but I didn't include necessarily the full spectrum of results, but I did note when you combine terms 23 and 30A, I did note what the proportion of that is kind of covered exclusively by term 30A. If that could be helpful, I could point you to that.
Let's please. Yes, let's go there.
Sure. So let me find it really quickly. So on page 6 of attachment B, see, so in the last paragraph there, and then on the subsequent pages, the tables that reflect this. But you'll see in the middle of that last paragraph, the combination of terms 23 and 30A is a 41% reduction. And then if you go to the prior paragraph, we note that on its own, permit term 30A results in approximately a 37% reduction. So there's a very large degree of overlap with term 30A creating the majority, or yeah, to term 30A creating a large portion of the total reduction.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks. So with respect, I'm turning back to senior demand, which we talked about a little bit for CalSim. My understanding is that this historical WAA tool utilizes available historical stream gauge data as a proxy for demand. Is that generally right?
Correct. And excuse me, I'm dealing with a cold as well. In the analyses, or the primary analyses, I should say, that we had submitted, with the water rate application and as part of the case in chief, the historical water availability, we took the stream gauge data and we layered on face value demands in the Sac River. But in each of those analyses, in the appendices, we also included results without the face value demands and just relying on the stream gauge data, like you mentioned, as historical demand. For the analyses presented in this memo, is to kind of better maybe effectuate actual conditions or potential or conditions, somewhat close to as good as we can get to actual conditions. We also did not include the face value demands in the scenarios presented in this memo. So to your original question, yes, that's correct. For the analyses in this memo, the stream gauge data is effectuating historical demands.
And if the analysis had assumed the face value of existing of demand, of existing water rights as demand, you would expect the yield of the sites project to be lower as an average.
Yeah,
Is that right?
That's correct.
And then would you correspondingly expect that the impact of the flow criteria would also be, as a percentage matter, lower?
Probably, but it's hard to quantify that.
Okay. And my understanding is that this, just to clarify, the using historical gauge data as a proxy for demand does not incorporate or account for Action 5. Is that right? Would you expect that incorporation, or do you have an opinion as to whether you'd expect incorporation of Action 5, how that would affect the results? Are you able to
I
estimate?
couldn't quantify it, but I think qualitatively, similar to what Mr. Whittington explained with the calcium results, the changes to OMR from Action 5 would have little to no effect on sites. The removal of Fallix 2, could have a slight benefit since it's assumed Shasta storage levels would generally be higher, so the reservoir might spill somewhat more frequently, which could benefit potential sites diversions. But like Chad said, it's would be a fairly small benefit.
Okay, I have a couple questions about on this line about the differences or similarities between the two analyses and model or tool runs, if you will. I think I'll start with Mr. Whittington for the calcium 3 model, and we can go to the page, but you may recall the calcium 3 report described differences between the calcium 3 model results and the historical WAA report as due to variations in climate and hydrologic assumptions, simulation periods, and system-wide operational assumptions. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yeah.
And can you briefly describe each of those and how they create a difference between the two, the model and the tool?
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be difficult to quantify how each of these different components affects just the discrepancies between our analyses. But yeah, I mean, overall, like was just discussed a little bit ago, the water availability tool doesn't include necessarily the same regulations in place for SWP and CVP for the entire simulation period, whereas calcium does. Calcium assumes a regulatory environment that it applies for every single year of the 100-year simulation. So those components of Action 5 that we discussed a little bit earlier, that is assumed all the way, from 1922 to 2021. That whole simulation period includes the same rules. And so the hydrology, corresponds to whatever operational rules are in place too. So that all has a carryover effect on the results that we're showing with Sites Project. Another thing that is relatively significant is that the calcium model assumes simulated hydrology that captures a future climate condition. So the baseline models here assumed 2040 median climate conditions, trying to represent climate change 15 years before and 15 years after year 2040. That contrasts with the water availability analysis that is relying on historic records, historic gauge readings. So like the water availability analysis overall is sort of a good way to evaluate how sites project operations would have looked over the past 15 or so years. The CalSIM model is a long-term planning tool to evaluate the expected incremental effects of the project compared to a baseline scenario over the long term under a specific set of constant assumptions that apply for a 100-year simulation. So slightly different tools, and overall both CalSIM and the water availability analysis, although they included some different assumptions and different limitations and whatnot, we and different approaches, slightly different approaches, we sort of used both of those different modeling tools to really define the potential range of effects that might be associated with sites project and the effects associated with different diversion requirements. So it sort of establishes a good check on both of our modeling tools, and also sort of establishing a range of potential effects that were that might be associated with different operational strategies.
So following on that, is it your opinion that both tools provide relevant and helpful information about the range of potential impacts?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I think they're like the water availability analysis really gives a good insight into how sites project would have looked over historic conditions over the past recent years, and then CalSIM gives is a good model to use for more long-term planning efforts to understand incremental differences between with project, without project, and between various changes in operational requirements or strategies.
And specifically on the period of record, do you have an opinion about, and I'm looking qualitatively, but an opinion about how much the different periods of record between the two tools had on differences in the results?
Yeah, so that one is going to be a little bit hard to quantify, but so overall the 2040 median future climate condition assumes a little bit. It includes a shift in runoff that's entering the Sacramento and San Joaquin systems. So under the future 2040 climate condition, we're expected to see an increase into rim inflows and unimpaired runoff to the system in the winter months, and then a less of that inflow that's occurring in the summer and late fall months. And so because of that, there's more runoff available for diversions for sites projects in the winter time, and when we're comparing that against the historic records that show a little bit less water availability, a little bit less excess storm runoff that's available under for sites project, based on historic hydrology. But that in combination with how CVP and SWP regulations have changed over time, it gets a little bit messy to try to attribute even a qualitative assessment on whether you would see more or less diversions under one scenario versus the other. Overall, I'm inclined to say that the future climate condition plays a greater role in in water, water availability for sites project than does the regulatory conditions, because for the most part, a lot of the changes that we've implemented reflecting latest CVP SWP regulations, as we were talking about earlier, doesn't usually have that much of an effect on the actual sites project operations. But water availability, water supply availability typically does have a greater effect on sites project. So anyway, I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Walker, I think we'll turn to you next. I'm going to have very similar questions. I believe in the historical WAA report, you pointed to, in terms of the differences or sources of differences between the two, the model run, the CalSIM model run and the WAA historical tool, were based on the model time step, simulation period, operational conditions, and hydrology. And I know we just went over this, but if you would please provide your version of briefly explaining each of these differences between the tools, that would be helpful.
I'll probably sound exactly like Chad because I
Okay.
think he did a
You can
good
be
job
very summary then.
summarizing it. But yeah, so starting with the time step, I mean, obviously there's going to be some differences with the granularity of monthly versus daily, although like Chad said, some of the calculations related to sites in CalSIM are done on a daily time step and then wrapped up to a monthly. So that's probably less of a significant difference than some of the others. The simulation period, I think the last 26 years are fairly representative. So I don't know that how sensitive the results might be to that. I think it's mainly just that you have a smaller sample size. So if you introduce another year or take out another year, or the regulations or something else change operations in 1 year, then when you're wrapping those up to averages or other statistical metrics, those potential changes to those metrics could be a little bit more sensitive. And then the operational conditions, I think the biggest time that those create any sort of difference between the two analyses are in wetter years. So the water availability tool doesn't, it's not operating the reservoir. So, it's calculating maximum possible diversion. So it's not considering, did you already have 1 million acre feet in the reservoir and you came into a wet year? Excuse me. And we also, obviously we considered the available diversion capacity, but we don't consider, other canal operations and whether you had the conveyance capacity per se. And the last thing, I don't know that I have too much to add on the hydrology side. I think Chad explained that very well.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'd like to go, hopefully this is the right place to go, but I'd like to go, Ms. Mullen, if we can, to page 126 in the PDF. All right. And this is orienting us. I believe this is, Mr. Walker, this is attachment B, right? Addressing the WA historical model results.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is half the story, but this will be a question for both Mr. Walker and Mr. Whittington. When I looked at the results of the two model runs, CalSIM 3 and the historical WA tool, the percentage impacts on yield differed somewhat, but the average volumetric changes due to the flow criteria were very similar. Would you agree with that characterization?
I think for the most part, and maybe if we scroll down to the next table, it has the two versions.
Was it the next one? That's why yes. Okay, so this is why I picked this page. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's the volumetric differences are very similar. And I would argue for nearly all of these, I mean, they're almost all within 5% or so. And I think kind of, modeling expectations are typically, if you're within 5%, that's within the error of your models. And I think the biggest difference we have here is maybe 7% or so. So, it's just above that 5%. So, overall, they're telling a very similar story. We don't know if there's the volumetric similarities. It's hard to say. Is that more, I don't want to say a coincidence, but we approach the implementation of the permit terms as similar as possible. There were some differences just with the data availability and kind of model architecture or model construction that did require some differences in how we approach these, but overall we intended to implement the different permit terms in the same manner. So I think the fact that they're all they're all of a very similar magnitude and a very similar percent change is telling a very consistent story between the two models.
And we walked through those differences in the two models, but do you have an opinion as to which of them are more significant drivers in the difference in the, what I would call the baseline, the operations ITP scenarios between the two?
I'd say, and I think it'd be useful to get Chad's opinion on this too, but I think it kind of depends on what you're trying to look at. Are you trying to get more of the operational planning sense? Then, looking at calcium might be the better look. If you're trying to get a more kind of absolute, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but more the maximum potential effect, then looking at the water availability tools is probably more informative. But similar to, we prepared like 6 different water availability analyses, and they all served a purpose and all told a different story that when you look at them together, gives you, it's probably about as good a look on the potential effects as you can.
And just to follow up, you may not, what you are telling me may be that you don't know or can't have an opinion or tease it out. But for example, for the 301,000 acre feet average yield for the daily historical WAA under the operations ITP versus 252,000 acre feet, is that difference, would you think it's primarily related to the operational criteria that are incorporated into calcium that you were discussing, for example, reservoir capacity? Or would you think it's due to something else, or you really can't tell from but you don't have an opinion?
I would say a larger portion of it is probably due to those operational differences, but it would be difficult to quantify that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I can add, like,
Please.
Wes already brought this up, but one of the differences is the WAA tool really is trying to just maximize diversions every year, which calcium does too, but the water availability analysis doesn't have that maximum storage capacity limitation. So it just fills as much as water supply is available as possible each year. It doesn't consider what reservoir conditions were going into each year.
Right. So if you had a wet year after a wet year, you might expect a difference in, for that particular year, what the daily historical WAA and the calcium 3 model runs produced. Is that right?
Right. Yeah.
So for both of you, for the respective model runs, can you briefly describe how you might expect the results of these models to differ from actual conditions, and by actual conditions, I mean if Sites Reservoir, let's say if Sites Reservoir were in place today and operating, are there elements of these models that would differ from what you'd expect actual conditions today might be?
My answer would be, I would guess that it would fall somewhere in between these two results. And so that was one of the benefits, you know, of having these two different analyses that have slightly different assumptions, limitations, and approaches. We were able to capture a range to reflect what the effects would be under these terms. And so it's, you know, in my thinking, I would expect actual, you know, operations to fall basically somewhere in that range that we're showing here.
Mr. Walker, did you have anything to add?
No, I agree 100%.
Great. So in response to the supplemental hearing notice, the authority provided some additional modeling files and spreadsheets. And I just wanted, if you would please, very summarily, tell me why these are important. Why did you submit those? What in them is supporting of the other files that you already provided? What will it tell me, or maybe not me, but someone with technical knowledge, that were not in the other files?
Yeah, so I guess I'll go first, but the files that, you know, I think both Wes and I provided were in order to provide more information on the overall approach that we used for these analyses. And we wanted to include the actual data and calculations that we made to develop these, specifically the term 30 requirement data sets. And you know, before we got to this hearing, we realized we wanted to make everything as transparent as possible, so that there'd be, you know, no confusion, or at least to limit any confusion in terms of the assumptions that we made to determine primarily the unimpaired delta outflow assumptions. So if we only just shared the memos that we developed in attachments A and B, those assumptions are described, but we really just wanted to, you know, get out ahead of as many questions as possible and just share all of the data that we already put together ourselves in a clear and, you know, relatively concise package, just so that it was easy for anyone trying to, you know, understand how we went about calculating those unimpaired delta outflows, how we actually did that. So yeah, basically just trying to make our assumptions and approach as transparent as possible. So hopefully that was helpful.
Yes, thank you. That was quite helpful. Mr. Walker, did you have anything you'd like to add?
I'll just say, so with related to attachment B, so we included an updated version of the water availability tool, which the only differences were the extension of the period of record through March of this year, and then the added ability to include the permit terms from the permit terms 23, 30, and 31 from the draft permit. And then the other spreadsheet included was the development of the 55%, or excuse me, of the delta outflow requirement to determine the 55% delta outflow requirement. And that was prepared consistent with the instructions, and I think it's attachment 4 that was included with the draft permit.
Thank you. All right, I have one more topic which shouldn't take long. So I'm putting an alert, and then we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And then I think Mr. Schutz, it sounds like if you're up first, you will be after that. So my last topic for now is term 31, and this is really for both of you, I think. Why did you decide to model the effect of term 31 as occurring in whole months as an increment of no diversions are authorized for the whole month of March or April or May, as opposed to on a daily basis? Can you address that, please?
So unfortunately, there's not really any information either in the historical record or in the modeling record of how VA flow assets would be implemented. I think there's some expectation that they would often be implemented as pulses, but it's not. Again, there's not really anything to say it would be for a certain number of days. And even going back and looking at the historical record, you couldn't say, well, it would have been these days or that week or something. And kind of under that guise, we had to just assume that it would just be the month because theoretically it could be any time during that month. And then also I think with the way that the terms are written, conceivably, you could have flow assets from one tributary, another tributary, and they're all kind of occurring staggered, or maybe they're occurring at the same time. But again, we don't really have any information to suggest exactly how that would occur. So I don't want to say we had to kind of revert to the worst case scenario, but it didn't seem prudent to assume anything otherwise.
Mr.
Yeah,
Walker,
and sorry.
or Mr. Whittington, if you have more to add, please, and then I'll turn to Mr. Walker.
Okay, yeah, and I was just going to add to that, agree with everything Wes said, and then on top of that, I don't see it as a worst case scenario either, just because the current draft strategic plan for the HRLs does include those flexibility brackets that would allow VA assets to be deployed in months outside of March and May, which is, those are the 3 months that we focused on the restriction to sites diversions. But in, reality, due to those flexibility brackets, there could be even longer of a period of potential restricted diversion days based on the VA flow assets. So, overall, we just tried to choose an approach that was consistent with the default plan that authorized those flow measures primarily in the March through May window. And we thought that kind of an approach would be adequate to, at least reflect some kind of interpretation of what term 31A, might look like if actually applied in reality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walker, I was going to turn back to you. Maybe it makes sense to go ahead and pull this up. I want to get into understanding I think it's fair you caveated it's not really a worst case scenario, but I want to understand that assumption. Ms. Mullen, can we go to sites 25C, which I believe is Mr. Walker's testimony? And then we'll go to I have pages 18 to 19 when we get there. And if we can scroll down, I think you stay in here, Mr. Walker, and maybe you can help me that you expected based on your analysis. Yeah, so I think it's this last sentence here. Ms. Mullen, is it possible to see both the last sentence of 54 and the next? Oh, no, maybe not. I'm looking somewhere. I believe you said that your analysis indicated that project diversions and VA flow assets would have limited interaction. There it is on line 5. Overlap between potential project diversions and VA flow assets is minimal. I guess that would be in drier years. I wondered if you would comment on that statement in relation to the analysis as it's conducted here. Did anything change in your assumptions, or do you think that the analysis accurately captures this testimony as well, that there, in some instances, minimal overlap?
So I think our discussion in here, and I think you said it's 25C,
Yes, yeah.
was more focused on overlap with Sacramento River VA flow assets. And I think generally speaking, I would still agree with the statement, although since this has been prepared, I think our understanding of how VA flow assets might be deployed or utilized, and also, again, understanding that the permit term is drafted suggests it may not, or it may need to consider all VA flow assets that are in the Sacramento main stem or go as contributing to delta outflow. Certainly expands or I don't want to say disagrees with this statement, but certainly creates the potential for a greater degree of overlap.
So if we limited the statement to Sacramento River main stem VA participants, would you have modeled the effect if term 31 were limited to just Sacramento River main stem participants, would you have modeled the impact of that term differently?
I don't think so. And I think that gets to the point I just said about kind of understanding how VA flow assets might be implemented. There, I think there's maybe some expectation that they would be implemented as pulse flows, but that's not always the case. Some might be contributing to, higher base flow or a higher kind of constant level of delta outflow or floodplain inundation, things along those lines. So they might be occurring over weeks or even months at a time. And that's kind of, come from our better and newly kind of developed understanding of how these full assets might be implemented.
Okay. That's what I have for now. I may have follow-up later, but thank you, Mr. Walker and Mr. Whittington. I really appreciate your patience with me and marching through these. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and I will look to sounds like Mr. Schutz, but you can let me know if that's right. So let's come back at 10:29, please. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? I can't
Sorry
hear
about
you.
that.
There you are.
Yes, I am. Here I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we can please elevate Mr. Schutz. And my plan, generally speaking, would be to I have a order here of to look to the NGO parties, then the Delta parties. If there are other tribal related parties who have questions, and then I believe Mr. King is here. Yes, I see Mr. King. So generally speaking, that's what I was thinking the order would be, but if you would like to, amongst yourselves, reorder, that is fine with me. Good morning, Mr. Schutz. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And I do believe that as far as the NGOs are concerned, it will be me and then Mr. Busher.
Okay, thank you. Please, Mr. Schutz, we have questions for Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker.
I do. Thank you very much. And I will try to limit the overlap between what Ms. Kinsey asked and what I'm going to ask y'all. So good morning. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Thank you both for answering questions today. I'm going to start with Mr. Walker, but I'll be going back and forth between each of you so that I can ask questions about specific topics or subjects at the same time. I'm going to ask that Ms. Mullen bring up the Sites Project Authority May 22nd, 26 detailed comments letter on the draft order and draft permit, and I'll be referring to PDF page numbers within that in order to facilitate navigation. Attachment A and Attachment B, as we've said, are Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker's memos that are the subject of today's hearing. So to start, could we please turn to PDF page 117, and I'm going to start with Mr. Walker. So to review, Mr. Walker, as far as the modeling that you did of percent of unimpaired flow scenarios, that is term 30 in general, your period of record for that was October 1, 2012 through March 1, 2026. Is that correct?
I believe it was March 31, but assuming that's
Through March 31. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Very good, thank you. And if we look at the second paragraph here, it says data availability for many of the unimpaired flow data locations limited the calculation to the start date of October 1, 2012. Do you see that?
That's yeah.
Would you please summarize for us the data that was not available and that limited the time period that you analyzed for condition 30?
So the methodology provided in attachment 4 relies on a mix of available gauges from both from the California Data Exchange Center, the CDEC, and then also from the California Nevada River Forecast Center. The unimpaired flow gauges that rely on data from the California Nevada River Forecast Center only begin or are first available from that October 1, 2012 period onwards.
And you didn't feel that there was sufficient data from CDEC or other sources to have a larger period of record, is that correct?
Be consistent with how board staff prepared the equations and methodology and attachment 4. No, we did not feel comfortable developing the calculations prior to that October 1, 2012 period or date, excuse me.
And you submitted a supporting spreadsheet of the source data you used for, say, your calculations for the percent of unimpaired. Is that correct?
We did.
Um, can you identify where in that spreadsheet it sort of says what the sort of limitations were of your, or what the source data was?
Sure, it might be helpful if we could pull that spreadsheet up and maybe I can direct you to it.
We'll
Is
probably
it
need help
possible?
in navigating to which spreadsheet. Let's help Ms. Mullen since we don't have exhibit numbers. What is the file? Do either of you have the file name?
It's UIF-UDO-WSA.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm trying to wait for Ms. Mullen to bring that up
Just bring it
before.
up. Yeah, we're all, and she's asking me which folder is that in? We're navigating to it. Just give me a
Okay.
moment.
While we're waiting for that, should I continue with another question or two?
It's sure, if that works for you.
Okay. Mr. Walker, for your analysis of terms, sorry. For your analysis of terms 23 and 31 of the draft permit, you used a longer period of record than what you used for term 30, correct? I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Sorry, that's correct.
Thank you. And that period of record was January 1, 2000 through March 31, 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And we now have the spreadsheet, Mr. Schutz, so
All right.
we want to
And Mr. Walker, you were going to direct us to the location of where it says what the source is for your data and materials.
Sure. So if you go to the spreadsheet tab, C in RFC, those are all the flow locations identified in attachment 4 that get utilized in the methodology. And you'll see that the data begins on October 1st, 2012 for this set of data.
I see. And remind us what the acronym means, please.
CNRFC in an acronym.
Yes.
California Nevada River Forecast Center.
Okay. And what you're telling us is that the data available at that site, which is specified in, I believe it's Appendix 4 of the permit, only begins on October 1, 2012. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Whittington, your analysis estimated the unimpaired flow for the period of record from 1922 to 2015. Is that correct?
Yeah, one of the sources of data that we used, developed by DWR, estimated unimpaired delta outflow from, like you said, 1922 through 2014. And
so, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and then we use that reference data set to then form a equation to, or multiple equations to determine what unimpaired delta outflow was while being dynamically simulated in calcium from 1922 through 2021.
So you did not follow the exact prescription in, is it attachment 4 or appendix 4 of the permit in order to arrive at your estimate of unimpaired flow in the same manner that Mr. Walker did. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we took a little bit of a different approach due to the limitations of the calcium model. And as Mr. Walker was saying, they were limited in terms of their data sets to follow the described attachment methodology to 2012. So in calcium, in order to simulate the full 100-year period of record, we had to take a slightly different approach to determining what unimpaired delta outflows would be. However, we used a consistent or a similar approach to Mr. Walker's analysis in terms of the daily delta outflow data set that they constructed between 2012 and 2026. In the calcium model, it relies on that daily data set to define daily patterns or daily flow divided by monthly flow fractions in order to represent daily fluctuations of flow that may be associated with delta outflow conditions. Okay,
I'm going to ask you a question or two about that in a minute, but I wanted to get to some other things first. Now, my understanding, looking at the spreadsheet you provided and your discussion in your memo, was that the delta outflow estimates published by DWR that you used as the basis for your analysis extended from the years 1922 through 2015. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Or 2014.
Through water year 2014, is that? I'm sorry.
I think it was through 2014.
2014, okay. And the period of record for your analysis is 1922 through September 30, 2021, correct?
Yes. Or yeah.
So did you use the same regression equations for the years 2016 or 2015, depending on when the DWR data ends, through 2021, even though you did not use DWR's data for the estimated delta outflow from 2015 or 16 through 2021? In other words, you kept the same equations for those years for which you did not have DWR's data. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. But yeah, just to clarify, the DWR data set was not used to estimate unimpaired delta outflows directly. So we didn't take their unimpaired delta outflow data set and then feed it in as an input to the calcium model. What we did is we used the DWR data set from 1922 through 2014 to create 12 different regression equations to define a relationship between the 8 river index and unimpaired delta outflow. And we applied that for each month of the calendar year. So what was also included in DWR's data set wasn't just unimpaired delta outflow. They also had unimpaired flow estimates covering the 8 river index. And so we used that data set to just basically define a very strong relationship between the Eight River Index and unimpaired delta outflow. And that relationship's really strong because both measure, basically total unimpaired water supply without storage regulation and without consumptive diversions. And overall, the Eight River Index and unimpaired outflow are almost perfectly correlated. The Eight River Index represents the bulk of water supply that generates this outflow. So an increase in the Eight River Index directly corresponds to an increase in the amount of water that it would be flowing through and out of the delta. And so it's likely that this relationship would hold really strong, into the future. And so even though the regression equations weren't constructed using a data set that included years 2015 through 2021, that relationship was defined based on 92 years worth of data and is a extremely strongly defined relationship.
Thank you. Now I'm going to observe that the period of overlap that you both did, where you analyzed the effects of condition of term 30 on sites diversions temporally, is October 1, 2012 through September 30, 2021. Did either of you perform an analysis of how your respective analyses compared for that specific time period?
The short answer is no, and it's largely because if you remember, the calcium 3 scenario uses a different hydrology. So even though the years in name might be the same and the hydrology might be similar, the calcium 3 has the perturbed 2040 median climate hydrology, and Chad can probably speak to that a little bit better, but that's the reason why we did not do that.
Anything to add, Mr. Whittington?
No, I don't think I have anything to add. That just maybe I can just, if we reference the discussions that we were having earlier today on differences between calcium and the water availability tool, that includes different climate conditions, that includes different operational conditions. So because of those differences, like Wes was saying, it wouldn't be a direct comparison to look at years 2012 through 2021 between calcium and the water availability tool.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Whittington, I want to go back to where you started before discussing how you translated monthly unimpaired and impaired delta outflow to a daily time step. Could we please go back to the site's detailed letter and look at PDF page 100? And could we scroll down to near the bottom, please? And in the second to the bottom paragraph, it states a continuous daily unimpaired delta outflow series from October 2012 through March 2026 was generated following the methods in attachment 4 of the draft water rights permit. Do you see that, Mr. Whittington?
Yep. Yes.
Did you generate that time series or did Mr. Walker?
Mr. Walker, yeah, that comes directly from Mr. Walker's spreadsheet.
Okay. And now there's a sentence that says to translate monthly unimpaired and impaired delta outflow to a daily time step, the model used daily patterns derived from recent historical unimpaired delta outflow estimates developed for the WAA analysis. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now it says the model used daily patterns derived. That model is calcium 3, correct?
Yes.
And so you took the daily patterns from Mr. Walker's work and introduced them into the calcium model. Is that an accurate statement, or could you state it more accurately if that's not an accurate statement?
Yeah, that's correct. And how we did that is we took the daily patterns that were developed by Mr. Walker's analysis, and we for each month we applied the daily pattern of the same name. So, for example, January's matched with January's that exhibited the most similar average monthly flow.
I'm still having a little trouble understanding how you went about this. Could you give us an example of how you went about matching a pattern in and what the elements of the pattern were in any particular month or set of months?
Yeah. So it was pretty straightforward approach. We took so the daily patterns, that when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about for each day of the month is assigned a flow fraction of the daily flow of that month divided by the monthly average flow. And then so in the end, for each month, you have these different ratios that all add up to a value of 1. And then you multiply those ratios to the average monthly flow in order to get a daily flow estimate. And then so Mr. Walker's data set included it was based on daily flows from 2012 through 2026, and from that we constructed these daily pattern ratios. And then we so I don't know what the exact number of different or how many months there are within that period, but we took all those monthly daily flow pattern schemes and then distributed them throughout calcium's 100-year simulation period by matching the daily pattern scheme from the post 2012 period from Wes's data set to whichever month exhibited the most similar average monthly flow. With the one caveat to that is that you could only match January's with January's. You can only match February's with February's. So the daily pattern schemes that were derived from the historical data set that Wes provided, those all served as like donor months with different daily pattern schemes, and those daily pattern schemes would be donated to any of the months within the calcium simulation period just based on most similar average monthly flow.
I kind of understand the conceptual background. Could we please turn to PDF page 116? And I'm just pulling this up as an example. So here we have a water year, and if we look at January in this water year in the upper figure, we see a flow pattern, and I believe we don't have let's see, maybe we need to go to a later, like to get something in it with let's turn to page 119. Sorry. So here we have something that indicates the unimpaired delta outflow, and I believe, can you scroll down, please, to the key, Miss Mullen? It's that light dotted line. So we've got patterns here, and we've got patterns within each month that are shown in the hydrograph. Can you tell us how you took what we see as a hydrology pattern in any month here, and then took that and put that into your calcium model, and how much variation there was within any given month in the way that you constructed your daily output for calcium?
Yeah, so the daily patterns were based upon the unimpaired delta outflow estimates that was included in Wes's spreadsheet, which is, I assume, reflected in these figures. And so, for example, this is, I think this said it was year 2025.
Correct.
And so if we looked at like how November is fluctuating, that is attributed with a unique daily pattern scheme. If say the average monthly November flow of this particular year was like 12,000 CFS, then in the calcium model we would look for outflow that is closest. We would look for a month of November that has the most similar monthly average outflow to 12,000 CFS, and then we would take the daily pattern scheme from this year, November 2025, and then match it to whichever month that is in calcium. So if in the calcium model you had an outflow of in November of 11,099 or something like that, it most likely would be most closely resembling the monthly average flow from year 2025's November. And so we would adopt the same monthly pattern scheme in that calcium earlier year that we observed under the 2025 year.
And would it contain the same degree of variability, the same highs and lows and that sort of thing, same degree of recession?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that helps give us an idea of how you went about it. At least I think I understand a little more than I did when I started. I'd like to move on now to term 31 and start with Mr. Whittington. If we could start with PDF page 107. If we could go to the bottom of the page, please, Ms. Mullen. At the bottom of the paragraph there, Mr. Whittington, it says the VA pathway requirement impacts wet, above normal, and dry years. Did you mean to also say below normal years?
I don't recall, honestly. I'd have to double check to see how below normal years were affected. Most likely, I'd be surprised if it did not also affect below normal years.
Okay. And could we scroll up to the top of the page, please? You say here, and I believe it's right at the top of the page, term 31A was analyzed using calcium 3 by restricting sites diversions in March through May when it is forecast or classified as above normal, below normal, or a dry year. Can you define restricting as you used it in this sentence?
Yeah, there'd be no sites diversions, 0 sites diversions in those occurrences when it's forecasted or classified as those year types.
Okay, so that's consistent with how Mr. Walker did it. Is that correct, Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Could we please turn to PDF page 108 and look at figure 5-1? Yeah, scroll down, please. Now, I'm understanding here that the gray bar indicates that there'd be some diversions to sites with term 31A in effect. Am I misreading that?
No, there are some diversions under the gray bar, which includes term 31A, because sites diversions, although in wet, in those wet above normal, below normal years, even though the term 31A is preventing any sites diversions in March through May, the full diversion season for sites project is November through mid-June. So there are other months that it's capturing excess storm runoff outside of the March through May window.
Okay. Can we scroll back up to page 108, please? Um, oh, I'm sorry, we're at 108. So the same is true for the, can we scroll back down? I'm sorry. So the same is true for the cream colored diversions. And it's just more restrictive, but none of the diversions with term 31A would be occurring in the March through May period. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, none of the diversions would be occurring in March through May of the year types identified above, which were the wet through below normal years. And you can see that impact or that effect just by the fact that even though there are still months available for diversion under term 31A, reducing the months available for diversion clearly has a reduction to diversions for every water year type.
Okay. I'm reading past the areas that Ms. Kinsey covered. So I'd like to ask either of you, is it based, both of you reviewed let's start this way. Both of you, each of you reviewed the rules for the implementation of the voluntary agreement in putting together your respective memos. Is that correct?
Objection, vague as to rules for implementation.
What do you mean, Mr. Schutz?
In putting together the memos that you described, Did each of you review the description of the flow assets and their deployment that are established in the MOU for the voluntary agreement?
Yeah, so the primary source that was reviewed and used to determine the calcium approach was the 2024 draft strategic plan for the HRLs.
Okay. Is the same for you, Mr. Walker?
Same answer.
And before you described to the hearing officer the rationale for disallowing any diversions to sites in March through May of above normal, below normal, and dry years. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it the opinion, let's start with you, Mr. Walker. Is it your opinion that regardless of how you decided to model, is it your opinion that above normal, below normal, and dry years, that during those years, VA assets will be in the main stem Sacramento River every day in March, April, and May?
Possible. I can't speak to whether it would or wouldn't, but it's certainly possible.
Do you think it's more likely than not?
Probably speculating. It really depends. Like I said, our kind of understanding of how these assets might be developed has certainly evolved and changed over the last couple of years. I think there's a lot of discussion about using these flows to test different ecological functions. And like I said before, that could be floodplain inundation flows, higher base flows, and that could occur over days, weeks, months. So it's hard to say, but it certainly could occur at any day during the period that's in the default plan. And like Mr. Whittington said earlier today, we were just looking at the default plan, but each of the VA proposals do include the flexibility brackets to expand outside of the default window, which we did not consider.
Do you expect, sorry, Mr. Whittington, did you wish to add something?
Yeah, if I could, just real quick, and I think we might have already touched on this, but just to reinforce the point, in addition, even if one might think it's unlikely for example, Sacramento River VA flow assets to be deployed every single day of the month. There might be Feather River VA flow assets being deployed, at other times of the month, or American River VA flow assets being deployed at different times of the month. So there might be this staggered VA deployment that all makes its way into the Sacramento River main stem that could, very well likely cover the entire month or that entire March through May window, even if each individual VA action is not being implemented at the same time.
Ms. Mullen, could we please go back to PDF page 119? Thank you. Now, looking at these hydrographs, and I'll take an answer from either of you. Do you expect VA assets to be deployed at or near the peaks of the hydrographs that are shown on this, or would you expect them to be deployed at other points during the during the year when the hydrograph was not as high?
Understanding is it could be any and all. It depends on what the science committee, and I believe it's the flow operations team, in how the VA flow assets will be utilized and implemented. Those two groups will decide when and how the flows might have their serve the highest ecological function. And at times that might be making a peak flow higher. At times it might be making the recession flow, recede slower. At times it might be a higher base flow. It could be any and all of those.
And the periods during which the largest diversions to sites would, if they were occurring, would occur, would be at the higher flows. Is that correct?
I think typically, but not exclusively.
Okay. Mr. Walker, do you expect coordination among the VA parties and other water users in the deployment of the VA assets?
My understanding, like I said, I believe there's a science committee and a flow operations team that will be coordinating amongst themselves to determine the most useful and efficient deployment of the VA flow assets. But I can't speak to much more detail than that.
Do you expect a consideration would be the impacts on diversions to sites or other diverters?
I don't think so.
To your knowledge, Mr. Walker, which months are more likely to have VA assets deployed among the March through May time period?
The only thing I could point to, and this is going off memory, so I can't confirm this with 100% accuracy, but I believe the default plans typically have a greater percentage in the April-May timeframe. So that's the only thing I could say. But in terms of speculating as to whether it would play out exactly in that way, I can't say.
Thank you. And if we could turn to PDF page 124, please. And if we could focus in on the table there. Now, Mr. Walker, this is from your memo. Do you see the breakdown in what you modeled as reductions in diversions to sites in March, April, and May? Do you see those columns?
Yes.
And calling your attention to the above normal and below normal columns, the greatest impact to sites would be in March. Is that correct? Sorry, if you answered, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Sorry, I sometimes wonder if it's just me.
No, it's not just you. Give you that reassurance.
Okay. I'd like to go back to something that Miss Kinsey asked earlier, and I wanted to clarify it. She asked about the effect of Action 5. Um, and I believe, Mr. Whittington, you answered the question primarily stating that the elements of Action 5 that would be incorporated would be primarily those relating to delta diversions, and there was one other element. Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, so the elements were the exclusion of the FOX2 requirement
Right.
that requires that includes a X2 objective of 82 kilometers in September and October of wet and above normal years. So that was removed for Action 5. The other element was an adjustment to the OMR objectives that in general provides a little bit of a relaxation to the OMR requirement for the duration of the OMR management season.
However, you did not adjust deliveries, especially deliveries north of Delta, based on the implementation of Action 5 compared to, I guess, what had been there prior to that. Is that correct?
So the baseline assumption in the model assumes Action 5. So in general, as I described a little bit earlier, SITE's project is to not impact CVP and SWP operations. That's the way that we model it in CalSim 3. So SITE's operations are, I guess, effectively layered on top of the CVP and SWP operations, and then we try to not have any impacts to CVP and SWP with the implementation of SITE's fills and releases. So any consequences resulting from Action 5 have already been considered in all of the scenarios that were included in the attachment that was provided here that discussed diversion impacts based on CalSim 3 results. So all of those 10 scenarios already include those Action 5 elements that I discussed as part of their baseline.
Let me ask this more. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Excuse
no,
me.
it's okay. Yeah, I mean, last thought on that was just that. So overall, in the end, since the Action 5 elements were included in our baseline, the diversion impact analysis really, it's not a sensitivity of what the effects of Action 5 are. It's just a sensitivity of what the effects of the different diversion term requirements are from the draft water right permit, and comparing that back against the ITP diversion requirements.
Okay, let me ask this differently. When you modeled the SITE's diversions with CalSim 3, did you change the diversions that had been previously modeled in CalSim 2, especially diversions to Central Valley Project contractors and settlement contractors north of Delta?
Change it from
Change
what?
it based on Action 5. Did you make any adjustments based on increased deliveries pursuant to Action 5?
So the inclusion of Action 5, which is the exclusion of FOX2 and the slight relaxation of OMR requirements, when we first incorporated these updates, earlier this year, or actually maybe towards the end of last year, when we made those updates, we saw that there were changes to CVP and SWP operations. Of course, there was not a really a notable change on sites operations, specifically focusing on sites diversions to fill the reservoir and sites releases. The Action 5 requirements really have an effect primarily on CVP SWP. The effect on the changes in sites operations is very small. There might have been, I think there was like a 1,000 to 2,000 acre foot increase to sites diversions max when we excluded the FOX2 requirement. I don't think there was even a 1,000 acre foot change to long-term diversions based on the OMR adjustment.
Okay. I don't think you answered my question, but I think I'm going to let it go. Thank you very much, both of you, for answering my questions. And don't have any more questions for these witnesses. Happy to turn it back to Mr. Busher.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Mr. Busher, if you have questions, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Walker and Mr. Whittington. My name's Eric Busher. I'm with San Francisco Baykeeper. We've met a handful of times over the last couple of years. Thank you for your time today and for being here, and I'll try and get through the rest of these additional questions as quickly as I can. Mr. Whittington, I want to start with you and just follow up on one question from Hearing Officer Kenzie. She had asked about the outputs for changes in net delta outflow. You said those were included in not in the report, but in the other files. Is that the Excel files or the model output files?
It's the model output files.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's DSS records. If you navigate in those, I think there's 10 different calcium 3 study packages that include all of the inputs, outputs, and all of the code to run the models, and is included in those packages. And there's a folder in there called DSS, and then within the DSS folder there's an inputs folder and an outputs folder. And so the delta outflow outputs, the monthly 100-year time series data would be included in that output folder.
In the DSS file? In
the DSS file, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whittington, I've got some general questions, then we can dive into the details here. I just want to make sure I'm comparing the right things, or I understand what you're comparing when you do your analysis. So there was calcium 2 modeling done for the final EIR and the ITP application and the ITP permit. And then there was calcium 3 modeling done last fall that included the ITP permit conditions. Is that all correct so far?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you did this new calcium 3 modeling that included the draft water right conditions that we've been talking about today. When you're comparing the outputs from the new calcium 3 modeling, are you comparing it to the calcium 3 modeling from last fall or to some other set of modeling?
Yeah. So I'm the latest. So in the May package that was submitted, all those calcium 3 models are new. Even the ITP scenario is different than the ITP scenario that was included as the November calcium 3 model. They're two different models. Reason for that is, well, we're just always making updates to the model. We're always making adjustments based on the latest, regulatory requirements, the latest feedback that we're getting from the various members of the project that want to operate their water supply a little bit differently. And we're always, just making some adjustments here and there while we go. So yeah, the models that we used for this latest analysis that was submitted in May, that was doing this diversion impact analysis on the various water right terms, they all used this latest calcium 3 code set, the latest, all the assumptions in those models are consistent with each other. We just wanted to have a clean comparison amongst everything so that we could isolate the effects of the various water right terms versus the ITP diversion criteria.
Great. That explains why I had a hard time making the absolute numbers match from any of the prior ones. So I appreciate that clarification. You had a conversation with Ms. Kinsey and maybe Mr. Schutz as well about the calcium 3, including the reservoir operations criteria as distinct from the water availability tool. Does calcium 3 also include the like canal conveyance capacity into and out of the reservoir?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up the letter and Mr. Whittington's memo, pages, start at page 94 of the PDF. So there's a table that starts on this page and then continues on through the next couple. I've just got a couple quick questions about some of these rows here. For the diversion season, did you do any analysis of the impact of the specific new terms in September and October, or did just September and October got turned off based on the change in diversion season?
Yeah, so in the ITP scenario, we allowed October diversions, and then in all of the draft water right scenarios that included at least term 23, we just turned off the October diversions. And so that was a pretty minor effect. Under the ITP scenario, there was only one instance in the 100-year period where diversion actually occurred in October. So yeah, so there wasn't. I think as I noted in this table, this is one of the updates that does not significantly affect operations. And when I say significantly, I just mean there was one small October diversion, even when the window was including October, just because water availability based on all the other requirements, diversion requirements, did not ever allow for any other October diversions.
And for that one October, did you analyze whether terms 23 or 30 would have restricted that diversion, or it's outside the season, don't need to look any further?
Yeah, it's just outside of the season.
Thank you. In the next row, the annual limits, you note that this rarely controls operations. I'm just curious, does the frequency or timing of when the annual limit controls operations change based on the updated draft water right permit terms?
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember this. It's been a while, but I feel like sometime in the 1980s, that 986,000 acre feet threshold would get met under just the ITP diversion criteria scenario. And it's usually isolated just to that 1 year. Originally, the 986,000 acre foot limit that was based on calcium 2 modeling that was conducted going into the development of the ITP. So in other words, one of the ITP application calcium 2 models included a maximum annual diversion of 986,000 acre feet, and that number got adopted into the ITP, and it was not explicitly included in our calcium 3 models until, yeah, I guess after it got written into the ITP. So overall, just to answer the question, yeah, that limit is based on a maximum value that occurred under a calcium model without any of these other draft water right terms, and so it's not a value that's reached as often. However, one potential like circumstance that might result from under these more, I guess, restrictive diversion criteria associated with the draft water right is that I was explaining a little bit earlier on that the wetter years under these more restrictive diversion scenarios, they sometimes actually include more diversions because you're going into the wet years typically with lower storage values, so you're able to fill the reservoir to a greater degree before you reach the maximum storage capacity limitation. So there is potential to maybe approach this 986,000 acre feet number a little bit more frequently under a certain set of more restrictive diversion criteria. But I believe for all of the scenarios that we looked at, it only may be controlled in, yeah, it's still just that 1 year of 1986. But I'd have to go back and double check. That's just the best I can get from my memory right now.
That helps. Thank you. On the Shasta Spring Pulse, you had a conversation about this briefly, or an answer about this earlier as well. I just want to make sure I understand how this is incorporated into the restrictions in the model. In those years where long-term operations call for the spring pulse flow out of Shasta, how does the model restrict diversions? Is it for the rest of the month, for a period of X number of days? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a portion of the month. So yeah, basically sites diversions are not meant to coincide with the Shasta spring pulse release of 150,000 acre feet in March through May of wet and above normal years. And so in CalSim 3, we just assume a portion of the monthly diversion is restricted from diverting water to ensure that that spring pulse release is protected. So a portion of the month of the monthly average diversion is reduced in those months.
And is the model treating that the volume of water as always 150,000 acre feet during those times?
So the pulse is always, the pulse target is always 150,000 acre feet from Shasta. In sites, the proportion of the month that is limited for sites diversions, I think is adjusted a little bit based on Sacramento River flows. So if river flows are under a certain threshold, then a greater percentage of the month will be restricted. And if Sacramento River flows are above that threshold, then a slightly different proportion of the month will be restricted. I think there's 2 or 3 different thresholds that the model uses. It's just an estimate to try to make sure there was consideration of ensuring that there was sufficient time for Shasta to release the 150,000 acre feet pulse.
And so I'll represent to you this year there was a pulse from Shasta pursuant to long-term operations that was, depending on who you ask, somewhere between 35 and maybe 60,000 acre feet of water in the spring. How would the model or the ability for sites to divert change if the model is 50,000 acre feet as opposed to 150,000 acre feet worth of pulse?
Well, in the model, it assumes that the 150 is achieved each March through May window. So, like I was explaining earlier, in the model, the assumption is based on river flow is what proportion of the month gets limited. It's not necessarily based on the actual spring pulse release, which is it must satisfy that 150,000 acre feet each wet and above normal period. So yeah, it's a model assumption in order to as realistically reflect limitations to sites' monthly average flow volume based on the Shasta spring pulse protection. And that's an assumption that's consistent between every single one of the scenarios that were included in this diversion impact analysis.
All right, thank you. If we could scroll down to the Bend Bridge pulse protection, next page, I believe. There we go. This criteria was just was proposed by sites as part of the final EIR, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this was included in the final EIR, and excluded in the ITP.
And is the way in which it's modeled in Calcim 3 the same as the way it's which it was modeled by sites in the final EIR?
No, not exactly, because in Calcim 2, we didn't have the same ability to reflect daily flow availability for sites project diversions. The Calcim 3 model includes a lot more capabilities to reflect water supply on a daily basis. And so in Calcim 2, we had like a pre-processing step that used a separate model called the Upper Sacramento River Daily Operations Model that simulated daily operations and daily flows with consideration of sites project and without sites project. And so we used that model to which covered the same Calcim period of in Calcim 2, it was 1922 through 2001. We used that daily data set from USRDOM to determine when the Bend Bridge pulse protection might be in effect based on these different flow thresholds that are described in this table. And then using those daily calculations, we created a monthly input to Calcim that for each month there was a proportion of the month, the number of days divided by the month that the pulse protection was in effect, and then that proportion got applied to the monthly average sites diversions. So, if the USRDOM model showed that there was one pulse event between December 1st through December 7th, then there would be 7 days of that month out of the 31 days of the month that sites diversions would be restricted. So you'd have this ratio of 7 divided by 31 that would then get applied to the final Calcim diversion estimate for that December, and then it would correspondingly reduce the monthly average based on that proportion. So sort of similar to, in a way, to what I was talking about with the Shasta Spring Pulse earlier on. In Calcim 3, we more directly use daily flow estimates within the actual Calcim 3 model to dynamically calculate which days of the month the pulse is in effect. And so if December 1st through December 7th, the daily flow estimates within Calcim recognize a pulse flow event, then those specific days, December 1st through December 7th, those specific days are actually limited to not divert any water to sites project.
All right. And is the daily Calcim input that you're using in that context based on the same pattern matching that you talked about with Mr. Schutz and Ms. Kinsey earlier?
It's very similar process to what was described earlier. The process described earlier was based on a different data set. The DWR, 1922 to 2014 unimpaired flow data set. The daily patterns that were used to estimate Sacramento River flows were based on a combination of historic records and also that USRDOM model that I was just talking about. There's a historic version of the model that that we use to construct these daily patterns in a very similar way.
And are the diversions to sites reservoir also constructed on a daily basis in that same kind of way, where like if you had a pulse at the beginning of December and so you turn off 7 days worth of December, it turns off those 7 specific days, or just 7/31st of the total December flow?
Yeah, those 7 specific days.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Walker, I just have a couple general questions for you. You talked some about the various different WAA tools that have come up over the course of this process. Is there a reason that you used the historical tool for this update as opposed to either the face value one or the one created by the Division of Water Rights at the Water Board?
So the intent of this analysis was really to get at an estimate of the potential effects on diversions. The face value tool nor the divisions tool, I mean, that you can do diversions from that, but it's less granular and less operationally realistic conditions.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 126 of the PDF here, please? And scroll down to the second table on this page, table 10. So, Mr. Walker, you had a discussion with Ms. Kinsey about this table, and I think maybe just 1 or 2 questions here. So the first row is the operations ITP, and that shows a percentage reduction from the ITP application, correct?
Yes.
And then the remaining rows, the 6 below that, is the percentage reduction there a percentage reduction from the first row?
The second row under the water availability tool, it shows a 37,000 acre feet reduction, 12% reduction. That would be relative to the 301 from that first row.
Okay, so we're not, the only row that's comparing to the ITP application is the very first one.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Whittington, I want to turn back to you. Some questions about permit term 23. First, you had noted this morning in your direct examination that the 25,000 CFS should be 29,000 CFS for the pulse protection where it kicks off.
Yeah, the off ramp.
Yeah, is the 29,000 the number that's in the calcium modeling and it was just a typo in the report?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. On term 23C, which is the Wilkins Slough 14,125 CFS requirement, how would you characterize the frequency of flows that occur between 10,700 and 14,000 CFS based on your modeling?
Oh man, I don't know if I can have a really good quantitative answer to that one. I'd have to look to provide a good answer on it. I mean overall, as when we implemented term 23C with that elevated Wilkins Slough bypass requirement, just isolating the effect of that, we saw a 7% reduction in sites project diversions. So you could, in a way, sort of say that over the November through June period, there's somewhere in that ballpark of 7% instances. Well, likely more than that, 7% of conditions where Wilkins Slough might live between that 10,900 CFS and 14,125 CFS. It would of course be a little bit more than that because there's other diversion criteria that are overlapping that would also be preventing sites diversions under periods in which Wilkins Slough is between those two numbers. But yeah, I mean, my answer would be outside of that would be a little bit too speculative.
Okay, thank you. Um, Can we go to PDF page 98, please? And in table 3-1 here, primarily in April, although it looks like at least one in May, there are increases in diversions. Is this you gave an explanation to Ms. Kenzie about this earlier. Is that the same explanation here for these increases in diversions?
Yeah, it's the same reason, and so it's the same overall reason. Maybe I didn't get into this exactly in my explanation when I was more focused on wet years having more overall diversions because you're starting out with lower storage supply typically going into the wet years, so you're not running into the maximum storage capacity limitation as frequently. But yeah, so just along those lines, this is like a monthly representation of what that might look like, where later into the diversion season, in those wetter years, you're able to collect a little bit more water into the reservoir because under the less restrictive diversion scenarios, like the ITP, you hit that storage capacity limitation earlier in the year, so you're already full by the time you get to April.
Okay, thank you. So if we could turn now to term 30, Mr. Whittington, I've got some questions for you on the unimpaired flow analysis. I want to make sure I understand this correctly. In looking at or modeling the actual net delta outflow, is it correct that you used the historical flows from the San Joaquin River as opposed to the 40% unimpaired flow requirement that's in the 2018 update to the Bay Delta plan?
I'm not sure I 100% understood the question. The calcium model we used, dynamically, the model estimates the model estimates monthly delta outflow for each month of the simulation. So that delta outflow parameter would be the impaired delta outflow. It's not a historic delta outflow. It's just a delta outflow that was dynamically simulated by calcium 3.
Okay, so let me try the question a little bit differently then. Okay. When calcium 3 dynamically estimates delta outflow, one component of that is San Joaquin River inflow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how does the model determine San Joaquin River inflow?
By a combination. Well, yeah, I mean that's also dynamically calculated and pretty complex. The calcium 3 model domain isn't only covering the Sacramento River watershed, it also includes the San Joaquin River watershed. So all operations affecting San Joaquin River flows are dynamically calculated, and the San Joaquin region also includes its own set of inputs and operational rules, just like the Sacramento River watershed side of things does. So
to your knowledge, do those operational rules for the San Joaquin side include a requirement of 40% of tributary inflow from the San Joaquin side into the Delta? 40% of unimpaired flow?
Well, to my knowledge, that was one of the potential components of the Bay Delta plan. Is that what you're referring to?
So, I mean, the board updated the San Joaquin side of the Bay Delta plan at the end of 2018. the requirement is 40% unimpaired flow January through June. That
Right.
requirement, my understanding, has not been implemented yet. And so I'm just
Right.
trying to figure out what the model does, whether it is looking at what happened before that requirement or what will happen after that requirement is implemented.
No, that requirement is not implemented in the model, which assumes reflects current regulatory standards.
And based on your experience, do you have an opinion as to whether implementing that 40% requirement would increase the amount, the total volume of flow from the San Joaquin side, January through June?
I imagine it would. I don't know the degree to which it would.
And that would, assuming it does, that would also increase the actual net delta outflow, correct?
Correct.
And correspondingly would increase the frequency at which 55% net delta outflow was met because there'd be more water coming from the San Joaquin side, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And I take it from your prior answer, you did not do an analysis of how much more water or how much more often that 55% net delta outflow would be met if that regulatory condition were in the model.
No, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't do that sensitivity.
And then I have the same questions on the Sacramento River flow side. When you're determining inflow from the Sacramento River and its tributaries into the Delta, it's using the existing regulatory conditions, not the potential updates to the Bay Delta plan, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no requirement that other water users meet 55% or meet the water supply adjustments that were contained in the last draft of the Bay Delta plan, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is there any requirement that in analyzing the Sacramento River inflow in CalSim 3 for term 30, does it include any flows from the voluntary agreements?
No.
Okay. And then the same question on the Sacramento side, based on your experience and your modeling, would you expect that the water supply adjustments or the 55% unimpaired flow or the voluntary agreement flows would increase net delta inflow?
Yes, they would.
And the same question.
The
sorry,
sites, the sites, I mean, in order to operate to the requirement, it would, the model and in real world would need to be operated in real time, looking at real time conditions, before those unimpaired flows or VA flow assets actually make it to outflow.
And I assume you also did not do analysis in CalSim 3 or modeling in CalSim 3 about how much extra water might come from the Sacramento River side based on potential updates to the Bay Delta plan or implementation of the voluntary agreements.
Right. All the 10 scenarios that we included in our model, we wanted to keep with, consistent baseline regulations that reflect the current environment, regulatory environment.
And I assume that the same is true for the east side tributaries to the Delta, the McCollum and other rivers like that, correct?
Right. Yes.
Thank you. I have what I hope are very, very short questions about the pattern matching for term 30A that you've had discussions about. You mentioned that there were, I think you said 12 regression equations to make the 8 river index match net delta outflow or correlate with net delta outflow. Is that one for every month?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I have, so you described that there are, you've got 15 iterations of each of these months in the daily series from Mr. Walker from 2012 to 2026. And that you pick, right, the January from that 15-year period as the daily model and then apply those daily flows to the Januaries in the model that are closest to that, right? Did I track all that so far?
Yeah, closest to the monthly average. That's
Okay.
right.
So what did you do, right, if you had a January that was 35,000 acre feet and a January that was 35,000 CFS and a January that was 36,000 CFS that look really different on a daily scale? Like, how do you decide which one is closer or more accurate going back to the historical 100-year period?
Well, I mean, the Calcim model doesn't include any daily flows, any didn't originally include any daily outflow estimates, you know, before we integrated these daily pattern schemes into it. So if, you know, we had, it's not like we were changing what the daily, the pattern structure looked like in any of these months. We were, for the first time, you know, synthesizing what that daily pattern might look like. And you know, the Calcim simulation it's not a historic simulation of 1922 through 2021. It's a simulated hydrology based on a 2040 median climate change condition. So these are all newly introduced daily pattern schemes.
So I appreciate that, and I apologize that I wasn't clear. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if you looked at 2018 and 2023, and the January average or total was relatively the same those 2 years, but one year it gets there because there's a huge storm at the beginning and a huge storm at the end. And the other year it gets there because flow is just relatively high through the whole month, but there's no big storms, right? My assumption is you're going to have very different looking daily patterns. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, how picking one versus the other impacts the model output from Calcim 3 when you're doing the pattern matching and applying it.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a possibility that you could have similar monthly average flows with very different daily pattern schemes, but in general, you know, as long as we're matching Januaries to Januaries and Februaries to Februaries, and we're not mixing and matching, you know, the different months in that kind of way, the the daily pattern structure between similar monthly average flows within the same month is to a degree correlated with what that actual absolute volume of monthly flow was. And so yeah, I mean, to answer your question, is it possible that the daily patterns you know, could be variable based on what we're estimating in the historically? Then the answer is yes. But this 100-year Calcim period isn't a historical period of hydrology. It's a synthesized period of hydrology. So we're just constructing these you know, these daily pattern schemes and newly introducing them to the model. It's just a way to simulate different hydrologic conditions, which is basically, you know, what Calcim is doing. All these 100-year periods of monthly flows are all, you know, synthetic flows that are intended to represent a wide range of different hydrologic conditions. It's not intended to reflect the actual historic conditions. So we're just synthesizing things here.
All right, that helps. And are these? So I take from that you have kind of, for every month, 15 different potential daily patterns that then get applied to the simulation. Are those 15 different patterns equally distributed, roughly equally, all over the map? How did that shake out?
Yeah, so they're not all, yeah, they're not necessarily equally distributed. I don't have a super good answer for you, but I think in the spreadsheet I provided, which includes the daily pattern inputs, the final daily pattern inputs that were used, I think it includes, sorry, I'm trying to remember if one of my spreadsheets would have included that or not, but when I was looking at it, some months had more frequency of using a certain daily pattern scheme than others. All of them, I think, ended up getting used at one point, like all of those different 15 times 12-month combinations. I feel like most of them got used, if not all of them. The spread wasn't necessarily even because there's always outlier months and there's always like average months. So the further you get away from whatever the average monthly flow is, the further you get away from the likelihood of using that particular daily pattern scheme. So the daily pattern schemes that got used the most were, the ones that were closest to whatever the monthly average long-term flow was for that month. But
okay.
Don't have the specific percentages.
And you said you don't recall whether that's in one of those spreadsheets, but it would be one of the spreadsheets of inputs to the CalSim model?
Yeah, and I don't know if that actually would be included in the spreadsheet, but I do know that it's included in the inputs folder of the study packages. You could get the daily pattern inputs that are stored in the input DSS file.
DSS file. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it'd be in the SV records, and they're labeled like UDO _day, and then they have like there's day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, etc.
Great, thank you. Can we scroll down 2 pages, I think, to page 100? Yeah, and at the very bottom of page 100. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So you say in the last line here, the flow available for sites diversions is calculated, and then it goes on to the next page to show the equation. And I just want to make sure I understand this, and you can just kind of tell me if I get any step in this wrong, right? You start with the modeled or estimated total unimpaired delta outflow. You figure out what 55% of that number would be. And then you compare actual delta outflow to 55% of unimpaired. And that gives you is 55 being met or not? Is that right so far?
Yeah, okay. That's basically right.
And then when you get to, right, yes, 55% is being met, how do you translate that number upstream into a diversion or a flow quantity at the points of diversion?
Oh, well, yeah. So I guess there was some nuance to how you outlined it. It's not like a switch of a yes or no you can divert. It's a calculating flow availability. So the model is calculating how much flow is above the 55% unimpaired delta outflow volume. And that volume of water is used to tell the model you have this much volume of water available for diversion based on the 55% unimpaired delta outflow requirement. So that gets used as one way to limit total diversions to sites while the model checks what all of the other volumes associated with all the other diversion criteria are.
And as part of that process, also analyzing the quantity of water that can be diverted to sites to make sure it doesn't trip you to go below 55% on the 3-day lag.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. Yep.
All right, thank you. If we could scroll down to page 102, please. Here, figure 4-1, the title is October to September. I assume that's just like a water year artifact, and what's actually represented is November through June.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it technically represents both because there are no diversions in November, and yeah.
Okay. And then if we could scroll down to the bottom of this page, the last paragraph here. You say in the second line that the term 23 requirements are generally designed to allow the project to divert excess stormwater runoff from the Sacramento River. Can you define that phrase for me? Excess stormwater runoff as you're using it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll get the words exactly right with how how it might be written in the back, in policy terms for sites project, but to me, I interpret that as flows that exceed balance conditions, for example, flows that are in excess of flow that is needed to satisfy downstream minimum flow requirements and downstream outflow requirements.
Okay, so that's helpful. It's not a policy judgment that you're making. It meets all of the requirements in the draft permit or whatever you were analyzing.
Yeah, on top of CVP, SWP regulation requirements too.
All right, thank you. We go to the top of the following page, 103, please. You say here, and well, we may want to go back up just a little bit. The paragraph here is talking about the specific analysis that you did for water years 2017 and the different conditions that would restrict diversions or allow diversions at different times during that water year. Do you understand that?
Yep.
Okay. And then at the top of the next page at 103, you say that the absolute magnitude of river flows and outflows is not strongly correlated with the ratio of impaired to unimpaired delta outflow. What do you mean by not strongly correlated?
Yeah, so I mean that, impaired flow isn't always increasing or decreasing to the same degree that the unimpaired outflow would be. So what I'm trying to get at in this section was that there are periods when river flow in the Sacramento River increases, or it spikes up. There's like a really high, there's a storm event that increases Sacramento River flow conditions. A lot of the diversion criteria that is applied to sites project is pretty sensitive to those spikes in flows. And so a lot of the time, for example, if like the Wilkins Slough bypass requirement, that is obviously directly connected to Sacramento River flow. So when Sacramento River flow is increasing quite significantly, then that usually means that there's river flow is above whatever the specified minimum flow thresholds are, and there's a certain volume of water that's available for sites project diversions because it's in excess of what that river flow requirement is. With the unimpaired delta outflow requirement, there may be spikes in river flow that are both like contributing to the numerator and the denominator of that impaired divided by unimpaired flow fraction. And so it might not always be the case where just because there's high unimpaired outflow, you also satisfy the 55% threshold in order to actually make diversions to sites project. So because of that, there's some conditions, or there's several circumstances that arise when you have a high flow event that under all of these different sets of diversion criteria that are based on river flow conditions, you know those constraints no longer control sites diversions because of the high flow events. However, you're still limited by the 55% unimpaired delta outflow condition because it's not as strongly correlated to the increase in river flow conditions like these other sets of diversion criteria are.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to page 104, please? And section 4.2 in the middle of the page. So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. The 55% unimpaired flow scenarios for Freeport and Bend Bridge, those are developed as a potential future regulatory requirement, correct?
They were developed as interpretations of potential approaches to adopting Term 30C.
Okay. For the Freeport requirement, is the way you modeled unimpaired versus per 55% unimpaired flow at Freeport the same way that the draft permit attachment 4 formula deals with those locations? But I know it deals with delta outflow, so it includes some stuff that is not just Freeport. But for the Freeport piece, is it the same?
Yeah, no. So the attachment 4 was not included in order to develop this 55% Freeport estimation. It was based on, so the unimpaired flow is based on inputs, unimpaired flow inputs to the calcium model upstream of Freeport. And those unimpaired inputs were developed outside of the calcium model using historic data sets, and then also global climate model projections in order to develop the 2040 median climate condition hydrology. But basically, there's a few different unimpaired flow inputs upstream of Freeport, like Sacramento River flow at Bend Bridge, unimpaired inflow to Oroville and Folsom, and those get summed up in order to estimate what the unimpaired flow roughly would be at Freeport on a monthly basis. So how that gets translated to a daily basis, it's not based on the daily patterns that were developed for the previous section, the delta outflow section. It's using a daily pattern scheme that was developed in a very similar manner, but using a different data set that was a combination of historic records and also that upper Sacramento River daily operations model I was talking about a little bit earlier. So similar approach, different data sets, and I guess like slight differences to the actual methodology that was getting implemented here, but overall, roughly similar.
Does it use the same 7-day average, 3-day lag?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say this was an interpretation of a potential future regulatory requirement, is that your interpretation, or was this provided to you by somebody else?
This was I guess a team effort interpretation from the rest of the site's operations group.
When you say team effort, what does that mean? Is that engineers at your company, or this Joint Project Authority, or the JPA and the attorneys, or what?
All of the above.
Okay. Do you have an understanding for the basis for thinking that these are potential future regulatory updates as 55% unimpaired flow at these two locations without a net delta outflow requirement?
I mean, they could be. We thought, that, like I said, it was a team effort to try to develop as realistic interpretations of these rules as possible, given the information at hand.
Mr. Busher, I can add a little bit to that. I think the Freeport objective was really in the spirit of the inflow-based delta outflow requirement. And then the Bend Bridge was kind of considering, well, what if it's only tied to a more site-specific requirement. And like Chad said, the reason why we did these in addition to the 55% delta outflow was kind of to evaluate the potential bounds of how each of these might affect project diversions.
Mr. Whittington, I want to turn to term 31 with you, and then Mr. Walker, I've just got a few questions for you at the end here. Hearing officer, I'm probably hopefully like 10 minutes from done.
Okay.
But I know it's encroaching on lunchtime. In term 31, the modeling for that, Mr. Whittington, term 31C says that the accounting methodology in the Bay Delta plan shall be used to determine when flow commitments are present in the main stem of the Sacramento River. Is your understanding that that accounting methodology is the same as the 2024 draft strategic plan that you referred to earlier?
Yeah, well, yeah, so the 2024 draft strategic plan, was used as the basis for determining, these set of rules.
Did you compare that draft strategic plan with the December draft update to the Bay Delta plan that includes the methodology for the voluntary agreement assets?
No, we did not do that in this analysis.
Okay. In some responses to Mr. Schutt's questions, Mr. Walker indicated that determining whether VA assets would be in the main stem of the Sacramento River every day, March, April, and May of the relevant water year types was more likely than not would be speculative. Do you have a different response?
No.
Okay. And did you do any analysis between terms 31A and 31B, the main stem of the Sacramento River versus contributing to net delta outflow until it's above 55% plus the VAs?
Sorry, I don't think I understood the question. Could you?
That was a poorly asked one, so I apologize. So term 31A says no diversions when VA flows are in the main stem of the Sacramento River. And that appears to be most of what was analyzed in the CalSim 3 model. Based on this, turn it off for those 3 months in the relevant water year types. Term 31B says no diversions when flow commitments are contributing to delta outflow, and delta outflow is below the sum of term 30 and the additional VA assets. And I just want to know if you did any modeling of term 31B and its potential impact distinct from term 31A.
Oh, no, we didn't provide any CalSim 3 models for that.
Okay.
Maybe to clarify them, Mr. Busher, I think technically we did. It's just maybe not labeled as such.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to clarify that too. I guess the combination, the scenario that includes term 23 plus 30A plus 31A would be the scenario you're looking for. That would reflect what's described in that section on term 31B.
Yeah, so let's go to the, oh man, bottom of 106, top of 107, if we could, Ms. Mullen, please. Oh, no, I apologize. That's the wrong place. I think this is a question I have for you, Mr. Walker. So I'll come back to that in a second. Yeah, okay. And Mr. Whittington, in determining to use what you described as this kind of strict interpretation and narrow application of term 31A, was that also a site's team decision, or was that your decision?
Yeah, I mean, that was a team decision.
Okay. And then if we could go to page 108, please. And look at table 5-1 and figure 5-1 here. So I think you answered my first question earlier, which is for the bottom two rows of table 5-1, where term 31A is in effect, the diversions that occur in March, April, and May, those are just diversions in either wet or critical years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for the figure here, in wet years, the purple bar, which reflects just term 23, and the gray bar, which reflects term 23 and term 31A, those are different. Can you explain to me how term 31A is reducing diversions during the wet year?
Yeah. So I think it's written up above in the approach for how we did term 31A, but the diversions are restricted whenever the water year type is forecasted or classified as, you know, those relevant water year types. So the wet year, for example, if a wet year is forecasted in April, then the diversions will be prevented. So in CalSim 3, you know, just like in reality, water year types have to get forecasted until they get finalized until May, and that's why you're going to see some reductions in the years. Because in this figure, this is just doing the water year type averaging based on the final water year type classifications.
Okay. So this is, in March, we thought it was going to be an above normal year, and it turned out to be a wet year, but we didn't divert in March and April in the model because we didn't know it was a wet year until after that.
Yep.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. All right, Mr. Walker, I've just got a few questions for you. About, I think, term 30 and term 31. So if we could go to PDF page 120. So this is about term 30D. And you describe, you use kind of two terms here that you can generate credit, or sites can generate credits under term 30D, and then it can utilize credits under term 30D. And I just want to make sure I understand what you mean there. I take it as generate credits is under term 30D1. Is that correct, essentially? I can be more
Believe so.
specific.
Let me refer to that really quickly.
So that let me try it differently, right? So that would be when 55% delta outflow is met, but the some part of term 23 is not being met, correct? That you generate credits?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then term 30D2, which is when term 23 is being met upstream, but 55% delta outflow is not being met, is when the project can utilize credits. Is that correct?
Yes, that's our understanding.
Okay. And then you say that, well, I think you go on to say that you don't really know if those utilizable credits would actually lead to diversions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That helps. And then if we look at page 117, this is footnote 7 at the bottom. You say there's a relatively small difference between effects with and without permit term 23, which indicates that there's a fairly limited frequency that permit term 23 is more restrictive than permit term 30A, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do I understand that means that like the availability or the utilizability of the credits under term 30D just has a really small difference or small effect on the project's ability to divert?
So that's where that I think we talk about a 4% ability to utilize those credits, and this is it's exactly related to this.
And when you say 4%, that assumes being actually able to divert all of the utilizable credits.
And in our analysis, you couldn't do that, and you could get most of it, but you weren't able to do it in all years. And then I think, as we explained, there's pretty limited detail in this permit term to know, could you do it whenever it's available, or are there going to be other restrictions? It may also be hard to forecast whether you actually can do this, and to know, whether you can actually do it. There may also be times where, on a daily basis, it's a pretty small increment, so it may not really actually make sense, or not, from a practical standpoint, be really truly utilizable.
Okay, thank you. And then last questions on term 31. If we go to page 123, please. So, and scroll down just a little bit in the third line under permit term 31A. You say that this term is potentially problematic for 2 reasons. What do you mean by problematic?
From an operational standpoint.
And what does that mean? As in, makes it hard to operate, makes it hard to model, right? Imposes unnecessary restrictions on operations. What does that mean?
I think it's really all the above. As we talk about the way it's written, the main stem Sacramento could be interpreted to include anything upstream of Freeport. So it could include all of the other tributary VA deployments. Kind of along the lines of discussion we had earlier, there could be flow or tributary flow deployments could be over an extended period, which would preclude, at least as this permit term is written, it could preclude diversions over a long period of time, including over the entire period of the default flow brackets. And then, lastly, I think we talk about it at the bottom of this paragraph. There's still some uncertainty with the fixed price purchase water program and the state water purchase flow measures as to where the source of those waters and when exactly those might be deployed.
Okay. Did you do a comparison between the volume of water expected to be deployed from any of those VA assets into the main stem of the Sacramento River or those purchased water programs and the volume of potential reduction that you've identified to sites diversions?
The short answer is no.
Okay. And then if we go to PDF page 125, please. The very top of this page, you say, we are not able to explicitly model this requirement. This is referring to term 31B. given the lack of data related to VA flow deployments on a daily basis. Is that like inability to explicitly model this requirement different than the difficulty in modeling term 31A, or is it the same?
It's the same.
And then you note later in the paragraph that applying the limitations as you describe results in an additional 7% reduction. Do you know what months? Is that the same March to May period?
No, it would be actually would be outside of the March through May period. Because the March through May period is already taken into account with term 30A. So the additional 7% is coming from the application of the 55% delta outflow requirement, which since it can't reduce diversions any more than it did in the March through May period, it would happen. Well, it really could happen in any month, because it could reduce March through May diversions in wet years, but obviously not in the March through May of above normal, below normal, and dry.
So I apologize. I think I'm confused now. I took this paragraph to be talking about layering term 31B on top of term 31A. Right. And so like this is the restriction on diversions when VA assets are contributing to delta outflow. Did I miss something there?
No, that's correct. So
Okay.
You're right. It's the 7% on top of 30A. So maybe I'll say it a little bit differently, and hopefully that helps. So the additional requirement is to apply the 55% delta outflow requirement on top of 30A.
So
Oh no, I'm confusing myself. I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. I'm sorry. I was thinking it backwards. So yes, the 7% comes from removing the March through May of above normal, below normal, and dry years. My apologies.
no, that's fine. This gets complicated. I am sympathetic to that. And then a couple of times, last question I have on the VA assets, a couple of times you mentioned that we have a newly developed understanding over the last couple of years in terms of how those assets may or may not be deployed. And believe me, I am sympathetic to trying to figure out the answer to that question. Since the 2024 description from the VA parties, the draft strategic plan that Mr. Whittington referred to, is there anything else that you would describe as newly developed or new information or new understanding about how those assets are going to be deployed?
I think you mentioned the accounting framework that was in the 2025 draft. I can't say that I've reviewed that deeply, but I have seen it. And then yeah, other kind of hearsay and discussions about kind of how these deployments are envisioned or how they might evolve.
Okay. Thank you both. That's all the questions I have for the two of you today. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. It is well time for lunch, and I think we'll have to keep going. But before we break, I think it would be a good idea to get an estimate of how much additional questioning we may have. If we can please elevate Mr. Reese. We'll start there. And if there are others who will have questions for these two, please also raise your hand so we can elevate you and you can give us an estimate. Mr. Reese, you're welcome to come on camera.
Good afternoon. Can you
afternoon.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My questions will be short. Much of them have been asked, and if over the break, I'll go through them and pare them down. So I think it's going to be 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay. Great, thank you. Mr. King, are you going to have questions? And you're welcome to come off mute and on camera if you would like.
Yes, just a few questions on Stone Corral and Funks Creek and calcium 3 versus the previous model and the water availability analysis. So I just want to get that in the record, how may be impacted. So I imagine, 5-10 minutes, three
Okay.
questions, but thanks.
Thank you. And then
Hearing
we'll,
Officer Kinsey excuse me, just as long as his questions are relevant to the contents of the tech memos as they've been presented. I just want to make sure that we're sticking to the limited scope of the hearing as you notice the hearing for.
yes, and
Do you think,
Yes.
are they allowable since they're you tell me, bring hearing Officer Kenzie, if I should ask them or not.
Well, we'll see what the question is, but if you're asking, insofar as you're asking what was accounted for in the calcium-free modeling that was conducted, I think that's fair.
That's all I'm asking for, yeah, because I understand there'd be a difference, so, and that's why I raised it now, but thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who will have questions for these two witnesses? And then Mr.
Hearing
Hitching,
Officer Kinsey, just,
Yes.
I don't think, well, I don't know. We need to, I need to talk with my co-counsel here about any potential very limited redirect
Okay.
and I don't know whether you'd want to do that at the end of all the questions being asked or anything associated with what we had from morning session. We could come back first thing after lunch and address that if we have any. I don't know whether we will or not.
Okay, let's, I'll leave that to you. It sounds like we could all use a break to pare down questions and
Yeah.
figure out redirect. So let's go ahead and we'll do 45 minutes. So if I can do math correctly, I believe that puts us back at 1:20. And we'll pick up there and hopefully we'll be able to finish up pretty quickly from there. But thank you all for your patience. Thank you to Mr. Walker and Mr. Whittington for hanging with us until after lunch, and I will see you all at 1:20.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Hi, yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see we have a hand from Mr. Mulcahy. If we can please elevate Mr. Mulcahy. And Mr. Mulcahy, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, Officer Kinsey. I'm sorry, I was driving when you were asking people to raise their hands, so I couldn't raise my hand. Had to wait till I got home and got in front of a computer. But yeah, I've got maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 questions at the max. I don't know, 5 minutes at that much.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will, and I'm glad you were safe while you were driving. So
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Uh-huh. Go off camera now? Yeah.
Yes, well,
Okay.
you're welcome to. I think we'll turn to Mr. Reese first, which looks like we are ready. So Mr. Reese, if you have questions for Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker.
Yes, good afternoon, Dean Reese for the SDWA parties. I just have a few questions for Mr. Whittington. Let me turn this off. Mr. Whittington, there's been a lot of testimony so far about this disaggregation approach that you undertook, and you had some answers in response to the hearing officer's question, and then Mr. Schutz and Mr. Busher. But I'm trying to understand it. Is there somewhere in your technical memorandum or additional modeling files where you describe the mathematical equations and the specific process you use to disaggregate the monthly calcium 3 results to produce the daily flow pattern?
Well, yeah, I guess it's mainly described in the term 30A section under the, I think, the approach subheading, and that really summarizes it, the detail. But overall, just to, I guess, I mean, I can help try to walk through any additional explanation as needed, but basically, yeah, we developed daily ratios, daily versus monthly average ratios for each month included in our daily data set between 2012 and 2026 that was included in the water availability analysis tool. So we took that data set to get those daily divided by monthly flow ratios, and then in the calcium period, we matched daily pattern schemes from that data set based on similar monthly average flows. And so that was just based on if a January of 1933 in calcium estimates outflow of 15,000 CFS, and then there's a January from the 2012 through 2026 data set that also has 15,000 CFS of outflow as a monthly average for that particular month. Then we take the daily pattern distribution from that post 2012 period and match it to that 1933 January. Does that make sense?
Somewhat it does, and I appreciate that. And I'm not asking you to explain it again, or I was just asking, is there somewhere other than section 4.11, the approach section regarding term 30 in your technical memorandum, is there some other place where you describe or provide the mathematical equations and process, like such as in your modeling files or anything else, or is it contained between your verbal testimony today and in this section 4.11? That's the extent of your where it's explained. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the extent to which it's explained.
Okay.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I could deal with this on redirect, but I think if Mr. Ruiz is okay, when we submitted our requests with regard to the hearing. We did reference the Excel file name, unimpaired delta alpha estimate 8RI regression Excel spreadsheet in our submittal. And those have been updated to the FTP site, but it is that document that has the equations in it. So I wanted to note that, and just for ease of and for efficiency.
Great.
And that was all submitted. The service list was served with that submittal letter, and then the site within which to download that. And I understand it is all updated, has been to the FTP site.
Thank you.
With regard to term 23 B, just a couple of questions with regard to that. How, Mr. Whittington, and forgive me if I missed something earlier, if I'm not understanding, but just to try to understand this, how does CalSim 3 simulate the forecasted 3-day average flow at Bend Bridge?
The 3-day average flow at Bend Bridge is that's a 3-day running average, not a 3-day forecasted average.
Okay, so then how is that? There's also a 3-day moving average, right?
Yeah, well, that would be another way to describe, like, every day the 3-day averages of the course of the past 3 days. It's not a forecast, though.
Okay, maybe a better question that would be, could you just explain how term 23B is modeled in CalSim 3 as specifically as you can?
Yeah, there are daily flow estimates for the Sacramento River upstream of Bend Bridge, both in the main stem and also as tributary inflows upstream of Bend Bridge, that are averaged over a 3-day period to determine whether or not the specified thresholds that indicate a pulse period event are initiated. And so those daily flow estimates are constructed based on daily pattern ratios that were developed through a combination of historic gauge records and the Upper Sacramento River daily operations model. And so the model looks at what the 3-day average calculated flows are, whether or not they're above the Sacramento River main stem threshold and the tributary inflow threshold, to dictate whether or not a pulse is initiated, and whether or not a pulse is off-ramped if the 29,000 CFS Sacramento River flow threshold is exceeded. During those pulse events that can last up to 7 days, sites diversions on each of those days is not permitted. And so diversions will be 0 on each of those days.
Okay, thank you. Is that your explanation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to the previous question, though, with regard to the Excel document that the council referenced. Why I have you here, and I don't want to take unnecessary time, but can we pull that up? I just want to make sure before we're done here that we can understand how those mathematical equations and process are explained, because I don't know if we're going to have another opportunity.
So this is the unimpaired delta outflow estimate 8R1 regression. Is that the correct file?
Yeah,
That's correct.
Okay. It may just take us just a moment to pull that up. There we go.
Okay, actually, that I just wanted to make sure that that was what you were talking about, and I've seen that before, so that's fine. Actually, I'm not going to have any questions about that. It is the same. We're talking about the same thing. Mr. Whittington, you previously testified about action 5, indicated that it was you did incorporate it into your analysis. Is that right?
Yes.
And
the two components of action 5, the exclusion of FOX 2 and the general relaxation of OMR requirements that are associated with action 5.
okay. And where can you point me to, or just tell me where your analysis of action 5 being incorporated is explained?
That's not included in the attachment to, I don't, yeah, there's not a detailed breakdown of operational assumptions included in that particular attachment.
Okay, when you say there's not a detail, there's some breakdown. Is it discussed anywhere in your technical memorandum?
No.
But is it fair to say you're indicating there's some sort of breakdown with regard to that?
I mean, not in any of the, I guess the baseline assumptions for these CalSum 3 models, don't have any publicly available, I guess, breakdown or summary on them. All of the complete modeling packages were submitted as part of that May submittal, but there's not I don't think there's like a summary table outlining each SWP and CVP regulatory requirement that goes along with that package.
Okay, just a couple other questions. And this, you explained earlier, you mentioned these DSS files. What is a DSS file?
It's a file that can be opened with a software called HEC-DSS view, and that can be downloaded from, I think, the U.S. Army Corps site. There's a lot of different HEC softwares that can be downloaded there to simulate or process or visualize modeling data. So yeah, included in the DSS file is all of the model's outputs that are read as monthly time series. So every parameter that is simulated and read as a output from the model is stored in that DSS file. And so if you navigate through it after downloading and opening the HEC DSS view software, you'll be able to look at the like thousands of different outputs that are simulated by the model, and that'll include the entire 100-year simulation period on a monthly time step.
Okay, and these the variables, you said thousands. There's tens of thousands of variables in these in a DSS file that is part of the project. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it can vary by model. I don't know the exact number, but yeah, like you said, it's in the thousands.
Is there an index or some key or some other documentation that helps to us explain or to be able to follow or correlate these various variables within this DSS file?
Yeah, so there's I guess multiple different tools out there to help process and visualize the calcium results. The Excel file that I provided was pulling out the diversion results, which were the key results that we evaluated for the attachment 2. In the past, we've also submitted to the FTP site trend reports, which are Excel files that you can be used to read in the DSS records, and then there's different graphics included in that Excel file to visualize the results in different ways. And so those trend reports include, not 100% of the outputs that are included in calcium, but they can be easily manipulated to read in whichever DSS record you're interested in. At the time being, or the trend report that we would have submitted to the FTP site, during I guess earlier on, would have included a lot of just like the key outputs that most folks are usually interested in evaluating. But yeah, I guess the answer to the question is there's a lot of different ways that the data can be read in and visualized in the HEC DSS View software. If you download that, there's a export to Excel feature that can be used to basically read in any of the outputs you want to Excel, and then from there you can take it and work with it however you want.
It doesn't sound simple, but thank you. Appreciate the detail. And then I think, I just want to check this. Didn't you testify earlier today that the draft permit terms 23, 30, and 31 essentially result in more water delivered to sites reservoir during wet years and less water diverted during dry and critically dry years, as compared to the ITP operations? Is that a fair assessment of your testimony?
Yeah, so in the wettest years, there's under the draft 23 and 30 and 31 model scenarios, there are instances when there's greater fills to the reservoir because the reservoir is more frequently at lower storage conditions. So going into the wet years, starting out at a lower storage level means that there's more capacity within the reservoir to store water before you reach maximum capacity. So under the ITP scenario, that is limited by storage capacity more often. And as a result, in the wettest years, there can be less diversions under the ITP scenario than the draft water right terms.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whittington. That concludes.
Maybe, Mr. Ruiz, if I could just add to that, I think if you look at figure 5-1 in Mr. Whittington's memo, I think collectively wet year diversions are not greater. If you have all of the permit terms added in, they're not greater than the ITP. It's only when you, under some of the conditions, when you look at some of the permit terms in isolation, does what Mr. Whittington described occur.
Yeah, thanks, Wes.
Thank you. Hearing officer, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. I have hopefully a quick follow-up question, which Mr. Busher, I think, addressed this and may have completely addressed this, and I didn't fully comprehend it. So I have a question about the calcium model runs as between the model runs that were submitted in, I think late last year, as compared to those that were submitted this year for purposes of the comments. And my understanding is that the average yield amount under the ITP, so I think I've called it the baseline, but just the ITP and not the draft permit terms, that yield amount is less in the 2026 version of the model run. Does that seem correct to you so far, Mr. Whittington?
Yep. Yes, that's correct.
Do you know the basis for that? I know you mentioned that there were some updates to the model, but do you know the basis for that change in the yield or some of the bases that might have contributed to that?
Yeah. So there's quite a handful of changes that were made to the model since then. Some of them related to member feedback in terms of how they want to operate their water, and then others other just assumption updates based on whatever the latest data is out there. So for example, one of those effects that would cause a reduction in sites fills was related to we updated the model to assume a maximum storage capacity of 1.47 million acre feet instead of 1.5 million acre feet, which was based on the latest LIDAR readings of the area. So that was a reduction in 300,000 acre feet of water that could be stored in the reservoir. Another example of a modeling update that occurred that would have caused a reduction in sites diversions is that was relatively significant was we updated the assumptions or the operational strategy for CVP operational flexibility account or reclamation's water supply account. So in the November version of the modeling, that CVP OpFlex account, water could be released in all water year types except for wet years. But after some evaluation of the results and discussion with reclamation, with the sites team, we modified that operational strategy so that CVP OpFlex water could only be released in the dry and critically dry years. So as a result, that water supply account is utilized less frequently in order to prioritize the drier year type deliveries for the CVP. And as a result of releasing water constrained only to those drier year types, we're not cycling out the water supply quite as frequently. So as a result, there's less diversion. So that was another contributing factor, and among a few others, but those are some of the big ones.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Reese. And you completed your questions, Mr. Reese. I wanted to make sure before
I did.
Okay. Thank you. Then with that, it looks like we have Mr. King. You are welcome to ask your questions. And again, we're focused on this analysis, but to the extent they connect to the analysis that was done, please.
You. So Mr. Whittington, am I correct that the one difference between calcium 3 and calcium 2 is that some of the more minor tributaries like Funk's Creek and Stone Corral are included in calcium 3? Is that correct?
So one change to calcium 3 is a higher resolution of in representation of the minor tributaries. For the calcium 3 sites project model, the assumption is still that we're filling the reservoir from the Sacramento River via the GCID canal and the TC canal. So those are the two sources of water that are flowing into the reservoir.
So how is the Stone Corral and Funk's Creek flows calculated? It doesn't sound like they're calculated at all.
Yeah, so in the calcium 3 model, those aren't explicitly considered.
Okay, because I believe,
Uh,
you know, they may be averaging somewhere, I can't remember the amount, but it's more than 10,000 in a wet years, it could be significant. Do you have any recollection of that?
Um, I don't have the specific numbers on hand of what that magnitude might look like, but the Funks Creek and Stone Crow Creek are generally more represented through like aggregate local inflows, while calcium 3 is really focused on large scale, water project operations.
Okay. So then your water availability analysis, you made no accommodation in your water availability analysis for Stone Corral and Funks Creek flows, since you don't consider them in your model.
Objection.
Is that a question?
No foundation with regard to the water availability analysis, and that's outside the scope of what the tech memos were evaluating.
I think
Okay.
that is outside the scope, Mr. King. We're looking
Okay,
at.
well, that's fine. That was, my question was how calcium was impacted, calcium 3 impacted the new modeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Then I will turn to Mr. Mulcahy. I understand you have a few questions for Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker.
I do, and I may not have any if they answer this one the way I think they're going to. Based on the question that Officer Kinsey just asked you previously on this modeling as compared to the one in the fall, it sounded to me like this modeling shows that the project is less viable than the modeling that was presented in the fall. Is that correct?
Objection vague as to less viable.
Well, there's less water available for diversion.
We'll ask the question that way, Mr. Whittington or
Okay.
Mr. Walker. Yeah.
Sorry, the latest model does show less diversions. It's attributed to, like I said, quite a number of factors. Not all that are necessarily related to water availability, because as I was talking about with the reclamation account utilization, that is more a consequence of less aggressive use of the site's project water, which results in less sites diversions. But so it's a combination of a number of things.
Okay. In your answer to questions earlier this morning to Mr. Schutz and Mr. Boucher, you both stated that the modeling was based on a synchronization of what the 1922 to 2015 period, and then the period going after that to determine your modeling parameters. Is that a correct understanding of what you said this morning? You said that they were synchronized.
Earlier we were discussing how the calcium model includes a simulation period from water years 1922 through 2021, and the water availability analysis also included representation of years 2012 through 2021. So that would be where that overlap is. However, the hydraulic conditions, the hydrology is not the same in those two models. The calcium model is synthesized flows based on a future climate condition, which is centered on year 2040, whereas the water availability analysis that Wes did is actually based on historic hydrology.
Oh, thank you for that. That was the correct word I was looking for. It wasn't synthesized is what I was talking about. So you synthesized the theory and hypothesis. Now, when you do a synthesis of something here to create a new theory or idea about something, is there multiple conclusions that can come out of that synthesis?
Objection vague and overbroad.
I think we're trying to pin down to make sure we understand the question, Mr. Mulcahy. Can you be a little more specific?
Well, I'm trying to.
Sure.
I'm not a scientist, so I'm just working at it. You said you synthesized your projections through 2040. The synthesized projections was based on these two time periods of data that you put together in order to form a hypothesis or a theory on where those water availability would be. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're developing, we basically have this 100-year period in calcium that's used to represent a wide range of hydrologic conditions that aren't necessarily historic, but have been adjusted to reflect future climate change. And the overall objective with the calcium model, and especially the analysis that we did here, this diversion impact analysis, is really to just do a comparative analysis, understand the incremental changes from one scenario to another, assuming all other factors are constant. And so we have this wide range of hydrologic conditions, and we run it through a really long simulation period to have to have these strong representations of how a project might operate under all these different conditions. And then the primary goal here is to look at the incremental changes between each project. It's not as critical to look at the actual absolute values that are being reflected here. So it's like a long-term planning analysis tool, whereas the water availability analysis is a slightly different approach. It's looking at what would the project have looked like under historic conditions.
Right, I get that. So it's your best guesstimate of how things would be down the road, because we really don't know what the climate changes are going to do. But the best thing we can do is try and put together historical data and come to some sort of conclusion or hypothesis. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the hydrology was perturbed based on the best, global climate modeling projections that we have to create a realistic representation of what hydrologic conditions might look like in year 2040.
Yeah. Did you two gentlemen do the calcium 2 and the last calcium 3 as well as this one, or was it different people?
Yeah, I was involved with working on the calcium 3 model that was shared in November. I was also involved with the work that went into the calcium 2 modeling that was shared, as part of the final EIR. Yeah, so I guess to answer your question is I've been involved with the calcium modeling for some time.
Good. When you gentlemen do your modeling, the data input parameters that you do, what do they include? I've heard a lot about unimpaired flows talked about today, but from the testimony that we went through over the year and a half or whatever in the hearings, talked a lot about water availability and unappropriated water and not necessarily unimpaired flows. So when you do your modeling, do you take into account water availability as far as not unappropriated water as well as unimpaired flows?
Yes.
Okay, and where do you get the information from? Who provides you with the information of what water is unappropriated in order to form your modeling basis on?
Well, I mean, that's what's, as I was talking about earlier today, the sites project is layered on top of so the calcium model calculates hydrology and hydrologic conditions, and it layers in the CVP and SWP operations after that, and figures out how much water is needed to be released from CVP SWP systems to satisfy regulatory requirements. And then on top of that, we layer in sites project operations, and sites is only able to divert water after considering what has been appropriated and what has not. And the model is only able to capture whatever is in excess of those flow requirements in deliveries.
Yeah, I understand that part, but who provides the information of what water is actually appropriated and what water is not unappropriated that's available for transfer, diversion, or whatever, in order to allow you to do proper and concise modeling?
Yeah, so the calcium models that we are using, it's not a model that like the sites operations team built from scratch itself. We took the calcium models that were developed by DWR and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and we added sites project on top of that. So we're using the same model, underlying model from DWR and Reclamation, and we've just added in some additional logic to insert sites project on top of those operations that were already established for the SWP and for the CVP.
Okay, so let me see if I understand your answer correctly. You both have no direct input from anybody on what is unappropriated or what is appropriated water. It's just based on the models that you have built on and added sites on top of. So you're relying on what's underneath. Is that correct?
I guess the short answer is yes to that question. We're using the long-term planning calcium 3 models that are standard, the standard model to use for evaluation purposes for both the CVP and the SWP.
Okay, I'm not going to go any farther with that because there's lots of appropriated water that's not accounted for, but that's another issue. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that. There's Federal Reserve tribal water rights that aren't being accounted for, and thank you for your time. That's something that you guys can't deal with. Appreciate it. Thank you, Officer Kinsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Is there anyone else who has questions for these two witnesses? And then I will look back to Mr. Hitchings.
Yeah, thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Just one quick point of redirect to follow up. And maybe if we could just pull up the site's detailed comments that have the two tech memos attached. And if we could go to PDF page 93. And that's page 2 of the attachment A tech memorandum. If you could scroll down to section 2 at the bottom. And this is for Mr. Whittington. Mr. Whittington, I believe that Mr. Ruiz had asked whether there was any reference to Action 5 in your tech memo, and that you indicated that there wasn't an explicit reference or recommendation, but I wanted to direct you to the second paragraph under section 2 there, where it says system-wide regulatory assumptions in all scenarios are consistent with the 2024 BIOPS issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service and NIMS as amended by Reclamation's recently approved Action 5. And does that refresh your recollection that there is a reference to that in your tech memo?
Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Andy.
And when you reference that, is that when you talk about system-wide regulatory assumptions as amended by Action 5, does that mean that the regulatory assumption specific to Action 5 is the removal of the fall X2 and the adjustment of the OMR that you had referenced?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have on that redirect, or for any
Thank you.
redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. Based on that very limited redirect, is there any follow-up from anyone else? Mr. Reese?
Yeah, I don't know that it's actually a follow-up to that, but it's a request with regard to my earlier question about trying to navigate these DSS files. If we could have maybe the output variable names that they use in your analysis, is that possible? It would help us try to navigate this thing a lot easier especially under these time constraints.
When you're asking for the output variable names?
Yes. Yes. If that's possible.
And I will look to Mr. Hitchings and Mr. Reese, I think, for you two to discuss.
Yeah, maybe it sounds like this might be something that needs a little bit more technical clarity as to what's being requested. And I mean, we'd be happy to, Mr. Ruiz, we can talk offline and try to find a way. And then if we do provide anything to you that meets that request, we can certainly make that same information and would make that same information available to the whole service list.
That's fine. As technically gifted as we are, we probably need to use our experts here to communicate.
Yeah.
So
thank you. And thank you to you both. Is there anything else before I excuse these witnesses? All right, then with that, Mr. Whittington and Mr. Walker, thank you so much for joining us. I did want to say I found your reports very helpful, and we had so many questions today, but I found them very helpful, and I really appreciate your the clarity there as well. So thank you very much, and you are excused.
Thank you.
This is the end of our regular programming for the day. Are there other issues? I mean, I think at the notice clarified deadlines for, or included deadlines for supplemental briefing. Is there anything else we should address today before we close out, since we're here together? Mr. Hitchings, you are off mute first, so I'll look to you.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm maybe the process. If we wanted to, we've already requested that the tech memos and underlying files be admitted in the evidentiary record. So I think we've already kind of made that motion. One thing that might be helpful is whether there are exhibit numbers assigned, or whether the AHO staff would want to assign exhibit numbers to each of the tech memos and then possibly to the underlying modeling files that have been submitted. I understand they've all been uploaded to the FTP, and many of them have very lengthy document names with lots of symbols and other things. So I just mechanically, if the parties need to cite to that, like I think we pulled up 2 spreadsheets today that were part of that model underlying file package that's been submitted. Whether AHO staff just wants to assign sites exhibit numbers, next exhibits in order, and go through those for each of them, or what the preference would be, just to make sure that we have the record clear.
That's a good point. Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. I'd be inclined to do that. I think the AHO, as you indicated, we can just assign numbers. I'd start by, what I'm thinking is we break out attachments A and B. So A would be the next, whatever the next number is in the site's index, and then we B, and then each of the other files that came in at the same time, and we do it that way. And we can do that fairly quickly. So as you're drafting supplemental briefs, we'll have exhibit numbers. So I think that will, you're right, that'll help clarity.
That sounds good. And maybe I would just offer, for the complete model study packages, there were 10 folders that have those 10 scenarios that Mr. Whittington referenced, and goes from 0, no action alternative, through 9. I would suggest, because those folders have other files embedded in them, that maybe the folder itself could have the exhibit number attached to it. And if parties need to cite to anything within each of those folder packages, that could be done, I think, fairly straightforward.
That'd be more efficient. Thank you for that tip. That makes sense. Anything else, Mr. Hitchings? And then I'll go to Mr. Schutz.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schutz, please.
Thank you. I went back and forth about this with Mr. Busher about how we were going to refer to page numbers in the memos and the exhibits. And if indeed you're going to break out the memos as separate exhibits, I guess my request would be, is it possible to maintain the PDF page pagination so that people can refer either to the PDF number as originally stated or else to the actual page number, depending on how they choose to do it. But I know that there were a lot of references today, as well as, you know, some of us have taken notes in the original because we didn't find those exhibits. If we could have the option, I think that would be administratively more convenient.
I think that, you know, fair enough that you can either, and yes, you can either cite to the PDF page number for the original comment letter or to the new exhibit version. I mean, I'm thinking too, in whatever final decision the board adopts, we'll probably just refer to the exhibit number because then moving forward, it'll be clean. But I can understand, yes, that there's some reliance has already occurred on the pagination that's here, and we can find those. I think we all understand that. So
Hearing Officer Kenzie, we could print off. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I spoke over.
No, please. You have an idea. I like good ideas.
I mean, we could offer to basically print off copies that have on the right margin, like if you're looking at the PDF version, where it would show, for instance, page 104 of 138. So, you know, Exhibit A we'll print it off, and then we'll just create a PDF document that has that PDF page number denoted on the right margin of it, if that works for Mr. Schutz's concerns.
I think that would be preferable to the way I did it, which was just write the page number at the top of each page as I printed them out. Yes, thank you. That would be convenient.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Schutz?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rees, I didn't mean to skip you. Did you have something as well?
I just wanted to be clear on the scope of the briefing. You say parties may submit supplemental briefs to address additional evidence admitted into the evidentiary record and related arguments.
Which is somewhat, yes. So it's somewhat, first of all, I did notice that today. I thought, well, that's a typo because nothing yet has been admitted. We're doing evidentiary objections. What I intended to refer to was the two attachments A and B. It's listed elsewhere in the notice, but the attachments A and B and the additional files that the authorities submitted. So I apologize. That was my lack of clarity in the notice, but you may have a follow-up on that.
No, that was it.
Okay.
And I do have one follow-up, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Does the scope of briefing also include anything that came up today?
Yes, I would qualify that as new, the testimony in testimony.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. It looks like we have a hand from Ms. Meserve. If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good afternoon, Ms. Meserve. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good afternoon, Ocean Meserve for San Joaquin County. Yeah, just trying to make sure that Mr. Ruiz and I coordinate properly regarding this supplemental briefing. Just given what we've heard today and the notice of supplemental hearing and procedural ruling, is it and the part at the end where it talks about a revised draft decision and water right permit being circulated in September. at the conclusion of this briefing, right? So is it fair for protestants to assume that the only thing in play right now are the conditions that we've been discussing today and that are the subject matter of these memoranda? Like 23, 30, and 31? Because if additional conditions are in play, then we would like to be talking about those additional conditions in our briefing.
And by in play, do you mean that the board, what do you mean by in play?
Subject to further revision in a draft permit.
Everything is in play. I don't know if that's helpful.
We'll see. I mean, if that's true, then we wouldn't want to be limited to these 3 terms.
I didn't intend to limit to these 3 terms. That's correct. Anything that, I mean, I meant to limit the scope of supplemental briefing to this new information. And the new yield information. So I don't know the extent to that. I haven't thought it through, the extent to which would be relevant to other terms. But that was my intent in allowing the additional briefing, was to allow any arguments that are related to this new evidence to be made.
Right. Well, the site's parties complained about a lot of different draft permit terms. They identified these 3 as being maybe the most consequential with respect to, allegedly, with respect to the water supply. You know, so yeah, we're just trying to get a sense of what we should be briefing. We're, we're, yeah.
And this, well, maybe go ahead, Mr. Hitchings, you first, please.
Yeah, thank you. My understanding was that the supplemental briefs that were noticed, or where the deadline was set for August 10th, and I think you just confirmed, Hearing Officer Kenzie, that this was to address this new information that were in the tech memos and the underlying files, and as Mr. Schutz clarified, any of the testimony related to that today, and arguments related to essentially the contents, the methodology, the assumptions, and related arguments as to that new information that's in the tech memos and the underlying files. That the supplemental briefs due on the 10th weren't intended to be to cover any responses to arguments that any parties made in their May 22nd comments, which obviously many parties made many arguments about many permit terms. That if, to the extent that a revised draft decision or a final proposed decision and a final proposed water right permit are issued in approximately early September as indicated, the parties have a 30-day comment period at that time to comment on those documents issued by the HO. But my understanding was the supplemental briefing due on the 10th was really supposed to be targeted to this new information in the tech memos, the underlying files, and what was elicited today during this hearing.
I think I agree with that, Mr. Hitchings, your characterization. I want to make clear, which you may have mentioned also, that the supplemental briefing is intended to include what I might call policy arguments or legal arguments, in addition to the underlying factual assessment of the evidence related to this new evidence. So I would expect there may be arguments about how these factors weigh into the public interest and that type of thing. And that's the intent for the supplemental brief, was to allow a fair opportunity to address this new evidence, which wasn't previously available. And then also confirming that after release of a revised draft, there will be an additional 30-day comment period before the board actually hears the matter during a board meeting. So there is an additional comment period, which would be a time to address any other argument that other parties may have raised in their May submittals.
And there would be a ruling on the objections to this new evidence as well.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, Mr. Schutz, you're here as
No,
well.
I believe you answered my question regarding legal and policy arguments discussing the new information. I think that's an important clarification, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any other issues we should address? All right, then thank you very much. Thank you for arranging your schedules to be here today so we could get this done. Very much appreciated, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.